Thank you. I've got the permission from the panel to start, so that's good, I suppose. So how old are we? We're a little bit older now since we had to wait for so long to start.
They can't hear us.
They can hear us. Their sound.
Yeah, wait for the delay.
You got to wait for the delay.
I apologize, Terry.
No, your name is so out of practice.
I've got the permission from the panel to start. So, yeah. See, there you go.
Good morning.
That was me. The sound now. I told you there was sound before, Brainy.
Well, I'm sorry I forgot about the lag. You're right. Apologies.
And if I don't see you later, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
So how do we know how old we are?
I asked my
Because my
mom.
mummy told me.
You cut us open and count the rings?
The amount of drips of water it takes for a fish to die.
How many flushes?
No, how many drips of water?
They're fishy.
Well, I thought that was the measurement that we use, the amount of drips of water till a particular fish dies. Which particular fish that is, I don't know, but he could be the butterfly effect that causes your death.
That's a big butterfly.
Well, no, it's a fish.
Now I'm confused.
Yeah.
Is it a butterfish? Or is it fish fly?
But here's the question, Terry. How old are we, or animals, or bacteria, or plants, or atoms, or the planet, or the solar system, or the galaxy, or the universe?
Exactly.
Not necessarily in that order.
Well,
All the potted petunias that's falling to the sky.
How about I play
Oh,
this
no,
one?
not again.
I'm going to play this one first because it seems to be a good one to start off with. It's not so much religious, but it's from probably the Christian's point of view, to do with the Bible, which I know some people don't agree with, which most people don't. But
can I point out the plot holes when they say them?
Well, yes, we could pause it. We could pause it on the way through.
Don't diss the Bible
We can
too
yell
much.
drink.
They're very good. They're very handy to have in cases, in emergencies.
For lighting a fire.
Because no, you can throw them at the lions.
Well, they're also often quite printed on quite soft and absorbent paper.
Oh, we're terrible.
Okay.
I know.
Here we go.
Yes, sir. What's your name?
Christian.
Christian. Imagine that. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
One quick note. You're a lot taller in person than I thought you were.
I'm a what?
Lot taller.
Taller?
Yeah, I thought you were really short at first. I don't know what it was.
You know, people always say that because they see the TV show, and I go, well, of course. That's because your TV's only this big.
All right, on to my question. Now, you don't really mention this too much, but I'm pretty sure that you agree with it. What are your views on, or I should say, do you consider yourself to be a young Earth creationist?
Okay, I'm absolutely convinced that the universe is at least 53 years old. All right, let me throw my dad in there. 79. All right, this is an in-house debate among Christians, and let me just give you a few minutes on this because it's a very common question. First of all, does science show an old universe? And the answer is,
it is. It's
if the laws of physics have not changed, the answer is yes, right? But the assumption is the laws of physics.
Why is that relevant?
All right.
Because he just watched a Hitchens debate with Frank Turek the other day.
Yeah. All right.
Is it going to be
Terry,
a spoiler? Is it going to be a spoiler, or do we need to watch it first and then you can tell me about it?
Spoiler alert.
All right. So you know how there's young Earth creationists. There's also old universe creationists. Okay.
Well, that's just
letting you know.
Right. That's right. Okay.
Okay.
So in other words, you want to add to it after.
Yes.
Okay.
Physics haven't changed. You have to make that assumption, like light from the stars. The speed of light is assumed to be unchanged. If the speed of light hasn't changed, the universe is 13.8 billion years old or something like that, right? But how do we know it hasn't changed? We don't, but it's probably a good assumption it hasn't. Why? Because if the speed of light changed, all the other laws of physics would have to change as well. But you're still making it an assumption. Sometimes salt in the ocean is used to try and date the Earth young. The problem is the deposition rate is assumed to be unchanged, and the beginning amount of salt and minerals is assumed to be 0. Radioactive dating, which is used to debate things or date things on the Earth, you're assuming the decay rate is unchanged, and in uranium dating, the beginning amount of lead is 0. These are all assumptions you can't prove. Now, what about the Bible? Does the Bible show that the universe is young? Let me ask you guys a question in here. What does the first verse of the Bible say? In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Okay, when did God create the heavens and the earth? In the beginning. Does it say when? No. You say, what about the days? Well, the days begin in verse 3. The very first verse seems to indicate the heavens and the earth are created before you even start the days. So the point here is that since the initial creation happened before day 1, the Bible doesn't say how old the universe is. But even if you think the days do have something to do with the age of the universe, there's different usages of the word day in the first chapter and a half of Genesis. There's 24 hours it could be. There's also 12 hours. How do we know? Because it says he called the light day and the darkness night. There's 12 hours. There's also a period, like an indefinite period of time. In fact, in Genesis 2:4, it says, in the day the Lord created, which is a summary statement which covers all 6 days. And we use this all the time. We use this, this phrase, day. Like if I were to say Jim Harbaugh was a great quarterback in his day at the University of Michigan, everybody would know I wasn't talking about 24 hours, right? I was talking about a period of time, an era. There's a fourth possible usage I'll get to in a minute. The third day seems to require longer because you got the growth of vegetation and fruit-bearing plants. Look, even if you put Miracle Grow on that stuff, it doesn't grow in a day. You say maybe God sped it up. Maybe he did, but now you're making an assumption you can't prove. And the 6th day seems to require longer than 24 hours. Why? You got the naming of the animals. In fact, Adam begins to name the animals late in the 6th day. You know how many animals, even in Adam's day, there were? In fact, Brad Stein, a Christian comedian, has a bit on this. He goes, in the very beginning of the naming period, Adam was very creative. He'd see an animal come by, he'd go, hippopotamus. He'd see another one come by, rhinoceros, by the end of the day. Cow. Ox. You know, I mean, he's just run out of gas. And then, finally, the 7th day is longer because it hasn't ended yet. According to the scriptures, we're in the 7th day right now. According to Hebrews 4, we're in the 7th day because God is resting. Well, if the 7th day is longer, maybe the other days are longer. The bottom line is this. There is no conflict between science and the Bible. There's only a conflict between some interpretations of the scientific and biblical data. By the way, in the Stealing from God book, there's a chapter on science, and the title of the chapter is this: Science doesn't say anything. Scientists do. See, all data needs to be gathered and interpreted, and that's what scientists do. Science doesn't do that. Scientists do it. And how are you interpreting the data is the question. The point here is the universe old. It may be old, it may be young. I don't think either are definitive, but if I had to guess, I'd say it's old because I don't think the laws of physics have changed. The bottom line is that God created is certainly more sure than when. Now, if you take a hard line on this, fine if you're a Christian, but don't make it a test for orthodoxy. Don't go up to somebody and say, well, you're not a Christian because you believe it's old. I guarantee you this, if Christianity is true and you get to heaven, God isn't going to say, did you think it was old or young? Right? That's not going to be the question. So it's an interesting intramural debate among Christians, but if you really want to go deeper in it, you can. There's a book by John Lennox called 7 Days That Divide the World. John Lennox, an Oxford professor. 7 Days That Divide the World. A good read.
Well, the reason why I'm saying this is because I know a lot of evolutionists would use the old Earth as witness, saying that it took billions of years for the Earth to be created. That's the reason why I bring it up. Now, That's
Is that lemon
isn't
bird?
Isn't that
Look,
impossible to think?
even if macroevolution were 100% true, that doesn't mean Christianity's false, right? What does macroevolution explain if it's true? Where subsequent life forms came from. Doesn't explain where the first life came from, doesn't explain where the universe came from. In fact, the fine-tuning of the universe is so precise that you need a designer from the very beginning of the universe. Forget biology, that's much later. So even if macroevolution is true, it doesn't mean that atheism is true.
No such
And I
thing.
don't think macroevolution is true, by the way. I think microevolution is true, but I don't think macroevolution is true. I think there's
That
evidence
That is
against
the weirdest
macroevolution.
phrase when they say atheism is
Thank you.
true.
Thank
or
you.
untrue.
Christian?
Terry, right? Plot
Right.
hole after plot hole after plot hole.
I thought you would like that one.
Okay, so now the fact that it wasn't until the Big Bang Theory was brought up, I think it was in the 40s, by a priest, Jesuit priest, as Aristarchus would like to tell you.
Yeah.
It was then that the Pope had to turn around and go, well, maybe, yes, that it's an old universe, blah, 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 blah. And then we've got the Hovens and the Hams and those 6,000-year-old doodad heads. Because if you actually listen to what Turek said then, right, is that if from when the Bible was written to this current age is the seventh day, that means that seventh day is 2,000 years old. Therefore, the 6 previous days to that would have to be 2,000 years each, therefore making it 12,000 years old. To 14,000 years old in total, right? If that was the premise that you would go on. Now, the other one was they're not finite times. Okay, so where's a date in that book that tells you when this happened? There is not a single date of year, month, or day that coincides with anything that happened. Now, a flaw with his reasoning is that it wasn't until that this theory of the Big Bang came about that they had to fit it into the God narrative. I heard Fermilab.
Yeah.
Dr. Don Lincoln, you're my favorite. He could explain it much better. Might get in trouble, but he can explain it.
I'll subtitle, I'll pause it, I'll play a bit, I'll do
Yep.
combinations of all of the above.
Easy.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now I've got a choice of 7, which ones to pick. They've all got different. Where's that one there? This guy. Yeah, I'll play this guy first because he only runs for a few minutes.
I think the only thing that we can be assured of is when the young Earth creation is stated that the Earth is 6,000 years old. They couldn't be more wrong if they tried.
I was going to try, I didn't have time, but I was going to try to find a young Earth creation type video. Well, like, I know Ken Ham and Ken Hovind have been done to death, but
Yeah,
we
There's
need
a
one.
number
We
of
need
people in
a
this-
contrasting video of someone like that just to play that runs for a few minutes. I haven't had a chance to find one of them
Terry,
yet.
check out the side chat.
Yeah, farmers.
There's a number appeared.
Someone
the
didn't get the
Sphinx.
memo.
Yeah, the Sphinx sort of busts that 6,000-year history.
Well, the example I always use, and it's one of my favourites because they're still excavating it, has got to be Göbekli Tepe in Turkey.
Oh, yes.
Down by the Syrian
Right,
border. They dated
you
that back.
You can take your disease and go and get a pill for it, all right? But if
I mean,
you're talking
that
about
place is.
yeah, but that's not in the region of the Bible.
Well, no,
Do you
it's
understand?
pretty close because isn't
Yeah,
Turkey
but-
where the Ark supposedly touched down?
Supposedly, there's no
Yeah,
evidence.
I know, but Göbekli Tepe, I think they've dated that back to about 10,000 years BC.
Yeah.
Yes, we know. We covered it in a stream 3 weeks ago. Bit of Göbekli, because it
Did we?
had certain things
I
that were
can't
pointed towards Sir Sun and Sir
Yes,
Moon.
yes.
Anywho,
No, that was I know what you're talking about. That was those petroglyphs in Turkey. Where were those? Come on, brain.
Oh yeah,
The geoglyphs.
it's got
ones that
carvings and all sorts of things. But the most bizarre thing is that they've realised that this place was built, used, and then deliberately buried, and it was buried, 10 to 12,000 years ago. It wasn't just left. It wasn't just sort of left to the elements. They actually buried the entire site, which is why they can be so certain about a lot of the dates they're getting out of it. But it was deliberately buried, and of course nobody knows why.
because No Name touches himself at night.
Ah, okay, that's fair. That's his clause.
Well, that goes without saying. Yeah.
I didn't say where he touches himself, but
in Turkey near the Syrian border.
Is William Lane Craig, is he a young Earth creationist? I can't remember.
yes.
Okay. He might be a better
Well,
no,
that was the other thing too with Adam naming all the animals. There was no kangaroos near the Garden of Eden.
No.
or wombats.
Yeah, or velociraptors.
Velociraptors. Yeah.
Yeah, why did he give all the
Raptor
dinosaurs
Jesus.
Latin names?
Praise his holy claws.
Oh, hang on, Farmer's Boy. What about Argentinosaurus?
Yeah, okay. It's a bit of a giveaway, that one.
Yeah.
I mean, because if
And
he
what
was running
about,
out of names, then he would have called it Do You Think He Saw Us?
Yeah, well, what about Utah Raptor?
Yeah.
Oh,
There's quite a few like that, aren't there? I just can't. Okay.
We'll see what this guy's got to say. It was interesting. It only went for a minute, but there's a further lecture that goes beyond this video that it links to. But it goes for about an hour or so. Oh, he tells you at the end. But this is just the intro to it, so it's interesting.
I have two views which are in conflict. I mean, one is, of course, William Lane Craig was replicating an argument from Kant, which is to say the universe could not be, as it were, infinitely old, for all sorts of reasons we could discuss. So there must have been a beginning in time. And that would fit with the current notion of the Big Bang occurring at a particular moment in time, 13.8 billion years ago or whatever. The trouble is, the notion that the universe began at a particular time implies there must be some kind of cosmic clock that measures that time. There must be a kind of unitary time measure. And that, of course, is at odds with general relativity and indeed with special relativity. So that's a huge problem, the notion that the universe began at a particular time, but we don't give totally objective credence to the notion of a particular time or a time relation to the present. I think it's a total mess. And actually, Lee Smolin's book on this, written, name I've forgotten, with a philosopher, he describes the Big Bang basically as an ontological mess, covering up an embarrassment in physics. He puts it much better than that. So I think you've put your finger on something extraordinarily difficult, but it makes me feel even better that I don't think physics has the last word on time.
Time is an illusion.
What is
Lunchtime
his
doubly
name?
so.
What is his name?
This guy, the guy that just spoke.
That's not William Lane Craig.
No, but he's from
Professor Raymond Tallis.
Yeah.
Oh. Right. I'm going to make a statement that is nasty. Philosophers are not scientists.
What?
This is true.
When did this happen?
Since
I've been putting scientists on all my philosopher business cards for
since I said so, and since
I mean,
forever.
I put natural in front of it, so that's got to give it.
Oh
credit.
yeah, see, you're misconstrued because he's just a philosopher in philosophy. All he's doing is philosophizing the validity of physics.
Well, hold on. If science comes from the philosophy of science, and the
No.
philosophy of science comes from philosophy, then philosophy is the uber science.
Yeah, that's what I was going to throw a spanner in your works. I think philosophy is a lot older than scientism. The sciences.
Scientism.
Science.
Yeah,
the science.
Nearly.
But hang on a second, okay? So back when the ancient Greeks were around, you had both philosophy and natural philosophy. There were two distinctly different. So you had the talkers and you had the thinkers. The talkers did the philosophy. The thinkers did
done
the
the
natural
thinking.
No, the thinkers did the natural philosophy, which is working out numbers and angles and lengths and weights and measures and all that stuff. Whereas the philosophers went, well, is that the right way to think about getting that together? Is that the right way of putting that nut and bolt into that piece of wood to get it to stick together?
Oh, you mean the know-it-alls at the time that used to stand over the shoulder of somebody doing something?
Yeah, and that's the philosophers, right? Now, I understand philosophy is a science in itself, but it's more about questioning the answer, right? Whereas science is about asking the question to find the answer. Do you get what I'm getting at?
No.
Well,
philosophy,
I've always looked
right?
at the difference between philosophy and science like this. The scientific method exists so we don't fool ourselves. Philosophy is a really, really great tool that allows you to fool yourself. That's the difference.
Well, that's the silly philosophy. Anyway, back to mine. Because I'm selfish.
Enough about you. Let's talk about you.
Yeah. Enough about you.
Well, enough about this, right? So a philosopher will go, well, is it really 13.8? Why can't it just be 14? You know, that's what they would say. And then the scientists will turn around and go, oh, well, it's actually 13.725689372 years. Right? They'll come down to that finite point, to the nth degree. They will go that far. Whereas the philosopher will go, we could just
That's
round
a lot
that.
of math. That's
Exactly.
usually what philosophers say. I was like, that
We could
sounds
just
like a lot of
round
math.
that, you know,
Yeah.
maybe make it 10,000 years, you know?
Or you could be like Brain Leak, who wants to just round the speed of light to 10. No, the square. He wants to just round the speed of light square to 10.
But no.
Just the number 10.
No.
Because, it's a constant, so it means it's arbitrary. You can just plug in any number you want. I'm sorry.
No, it
He
means
just cracked me up with that the
measurement
other night.
that measurement is the constant. You can't shorten the measurement.
Look, Davros, just make it 10, okay? I mean, it's just arbitrary, okay?
but it's not. It's
Sorry, that was
how
my
is
Brain
it?
Leak break.
No. All right. Explain to me. How is 186,000 arbitrary?
Well, if I have to think like Brain Leak, it's going to lead us down a really, really strange rabbit hole that will involve me rage quitting, Davros, because that's how every conversation with Brain Leak goes.
Well, no. Think like
So don't expect me to try to reproduce his logic. I'm just delivering what he said. I didn't agree with it. I laughed at it.
Think about it like your brain in the desert with the brain with no leak. You could think like No Name, and I'll tell you what, not to speak.
It's like is that like going through the desert on a horse with no name?
Boom,
Yes.
So to call the speed of light arbitrary, why the hell is it used in so many equations if it was arbitrary? Because then you could just do all your equations with 10, but they wouldn't work, and everything could break. Light globes wouldn't work.
I don't know. I just ended up yelling "dude" at him a lot, ironically. Like, dude, dude, dude. I was throwing it back in his face, because he talks to everybody like that. And I can be louder and more brain leak than brain leak can when we're arguing. So he just ended up rage quitting. I don't really know what his logic was behind it. He just sounded like he was just making it up on the spot. And so a bunch of us called bullshit on him and asked him to explain, and he started yelling and rage quit. But I guess I was
What's
being
this one,
mean.
Terry? Misconceptions about the universe.
It's from
someone.
Veritasium.
Oh, no, Veritasium.
Yeah, that's them. That's what I said.
Do you know he lived in Australia?
Did he? Why did he move?
Yeah.
Why did he move?
He was born in Sydney.
Ah.
He moved because he went to university in England and became a very smart man.
Go on then. Don't
Oh,
tease
hail
us.
Veritasium.
Okay.
There was a time when the universe was expanding so rapidly that parts of it were moving apart from each other faster than the speed of light. That time is right now. A lot of people make a big deal out of the fact that during inflation, right after our universe burst into existence, the whole universe was expanding faster than light. Now, while that is true, it kind of implies that the universe doesn't normally do that, and it does. I mean, if you pick 2 points far enough apart in our universe, you can always find ones that are moving apart from each other faster than light. That is simply due to all of the expanding space in between. So, our universe is now and has always been expanding faster than the speed of light. But doesn't this violate Einstein's special theory of relativity that says nothing should be able to move faster than light? Actually, no. Relativity says nothing can move through space faster than light, but that doesn't stop space itself from expanding however it likes. Now,
I'll have to stop it there because there's slight music which I don't know that's Creative Commons or not. I had to wrap my head around that bit about how the universe can expand faster than the speed of light, or not, or for light to expand its speed for the universe to expand faster. That's weird. That.
Would you like me to throw the monkey into the wrench that goes into the gears that's going to make this all make sense? It's about 85% of the universe. And
What
it's
is?
not
What
light.
is?
Well, that's why it can expand faster than light, because it's not light that's expanding.
No, it's the universe is expanding.
No. There's this little thing, well, big thing. It's 85% of the entire mass of the universe, and it's made up of 2 things. And I'll give you a hint. They both start with dark.
Dark energy or dark matter?
Okay, and you can put them both together and call it dark gravity, right? Because that's
I was going to say chocolate.
Well, that's a term
dark
that's
chocolate.
trying to be
I
coined.
thought of dark chocolate.
Dark chocolate.
Yeah,
dark chocolate wins it for me every time.
What about hot chocolate?
No, that's not
That
dark.
doesn't begin with dark.
Yeah, it's got to begin with dark.
In miracles. Well,
It's got to begin with dark.
You sex thing.
But anyhow,
What's the speed of dark?
Why? Well, no. Hang on.
So,
Dark is not a. See, you're thinking dark as in switching off the light, right? But dark matter doesn't.
no, I'm thinking
work
of dark as in with no light.
but dark matter doesn't work that way. Dark matter has the capability of increasing the mass of a galaxy. It also has the capability of bending light due to gravitational fields that it creates. It has the capability of basically creating a Fata Morgana in space.
The foo?
A refractive index in space can be caused by dark matter. Dark matter can hide shit, but you don't know what it is that it's hiding until it passes behind that clump of dark matter.
No, it's all perspective.
Well, no, because it has nothing to do with perspective, because it's using radio signals to detect these things.
Where's the ether band?
Sorry, I was putting my Gleam hat on for a moment there.
I'm waiting for the ether band. I'm waiting for the ether band to come into it.
Well, no. Well, see, that's the thing. You have to determine where is your cosmic horizon to that point. Do you have a ultimate distance that you see and then dark matter obscures it all? Or is it just things are too far? Or is it that something that's really close that for some reason has gone behind something, but there's no black hole or quasar or neutron star or half a galaxy arm hanging out that's hiding it? What's there? If there's nothing to hide it, but there's something hiding it. These are questions that physicists, even string theorists are asking. And it all comes back to this, what the hell is this dark matter thing? What is it? How is it doing these things, but we can't see it, we can't find it, we can't touch it, but we can see what happens?
This is close, this is far away.
No, that's just perspective, man. But as he has said, okay, that is what's causing the inflation. That's what the inflation is. It's the dark stuff that's inflating. It's not light itself. The things that are inflating in that field have the light, but the space in between doesn't have any light. So why is it the space in between is governed by the speed of light?
I don't know.
Anybody? Bueller?
No.
Bueller? Anybody?
No.
I'm sorry, Davros. I can't listen and type at the same time. What were you saying now?
No, don't get him to repeat it all again. We'll just watch another couple of minutes. It only goes to 5 minutes, so we can play half a minute at a time.
It was Hubble in the late 1920s who made the observations of the night sky, which led us to see that our universe is expanding. The further out in space he looked, the faster the objects were moving away from us. So imagine a point so far out there that the average recession velocity is the speed of light. I mean, if you think about it, it's going to be the same distance in every direction. So that would form a sphere, which we call the Hubble sphere. Everything beyond that sphere is moving away from us faster than the speed of light. So common sense would say we would never be able to see the light from those objects because of how fast they're moving away from us.
That's something I find interesting. For things to be moving away from us in particular, does that mean that we're situated in the center of the universe in some way? That's what I can't figure out. Why would we be?
From our perspective, it does appear that way, but from what I understand, you can be anywhere in our observable universe, and to you, it would also look like you were in the center of the universe.
Yeah.
That's just how big it is, and as you get closer to what we can see, right? Like if you got out 13.8 billion light years from Earth somehow, your observable horizon would just expand out because now you can see the light, you can catch up with it. But you'd have to like instantly teleport there to do that.
Yeah.
right? Like I'm not
Quite
making this up.
mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling. Trying to get your head
This is
around
how
it.
big. Yeah, it's freaking.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I can't wrap my head around when we say that things
Yep.
are moving away from us. But for how big something be to still appear to be moving away from us, even if we went to the left or right of where we are now, it's so many thousands of light years in either direction,
Yeah, everything's
and
still
then
moving
looked
on,
out
yeah.
again,
Yeah.
would everything around us still seem like it's moving away from us? That's
Yep.
just hard to wrap your
Weird.
mind around that.
From what I understand, over the next like 100 billion years, once Andromeda has collided with the Milky Way, and I don't know if you could hear my finger quotes there. Like they'll merge, but like there's not going to be any stars that really hit. You know, everything's so spaced out, and so once that settles down, like whoever's left after that, look around and just see like an empty universe.
Yeah.
Right.
no
Like
name.
everything will be too far away. Yes.
Yeah, there's one little thing in the center of our galaxy, and it's also in the center of the Andromeda galaxy that I think you've
The
forgotten about.
center of most of them.
Oh, sure.
Supermassive black
yeah.
hole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
Cool song.
I think Sagittarius A star and whatever the black hole is in the middle of the Andromeda galaxy going to cause a little bit of hustle and bustle when they get a little
I
bit
don't
too
think
close.
we need to worry about it though.
Oh no,
that's
we'll be
like-
long dead before that happens. Actually,
Couple
our
of
solar
billion-
system
Couple of
probably not
billion
even be here.
years.
Our solar system might not even be here when it happens. But
No, the sun will have gone.
yeah, the sun may have extinguished itself by then. Maybe not. But yeah, if you the amount of time it will take for two solar systems, one that's 100 million light years across and the other one's 200 million light years across, for them to merge, it's going to take 300 million light years for it to merge. So, you know, civilizations will rise and fall,
Yeah, whatever.
rise and fall, rise and fall.
Whatever.
Yeah, big numbers.
Mm. I like the fact that we can not comprehend the numbers, but we can imagine. We can use our imagination
Well, that's
and don't
the thing.
just poo-poo it. With flappers, we just say, nah, rubbish.
But that's the brilliant thing, right? So as I believe it was Carl Sagan said it, that being an astronomer and looking at the stars is the most humbling thing you could ever do.
Yeah.
Okay, you would walk outside at night, clear night, you would look up, you would look at the stars, and you'd go, that one winked at me. Oh, no, it didn't. It's a variable star. Awesome.
Okay.
Nah, not me, man. I'm just like old Zaphod Beeblebrox. I am the center of the universe. I know my place in it, and it revolves around me.
The only person to survive the total perspective vortex. No, it's lost. You haven't it?
But in fact, this is not true. We can see those objects. To understand how this could work, picture a galaxy beyond our Hubble sphere. It's receding faster than light. It's in a superluminal region of space from our perspective. So any light that emits in our direction will actually be moving away from us as time goes on. Well, that doesn't sound very promising. But due to the accelerating expansion of space, our Hubble sphere is actually getting bigger. And if it gets bigger faster than that light can get away, then at some point that light is going to travel from a superluminal region of space into a subluminal region of space, and so it can start making progress towards us. So we can detect it, so we can see that distant galaxy, which is of course now even further beyond our Hubble sphere, but we can see its light. We can detect that it's there. This is remarkable. In fact, all of the photons we now receive from the first 5 billion years of the universe, they were all emitted in regions of space that were traveling at the time faster than the speed of light relative to us. The objects that emitted them were, are, and always have been moving away from us faster than the speed of light. But their light has entered our Hubble sphere and had enough time to reach us, and so we can see them. So the observable universe is larger than our Hubble sphere. It's actually limited by what's called the particle horizon. That is based on the amount of time light has had to travel towards us since the beginning of time. That is 13.8 billion years ago, as far as we can tell. Now, because the universe has been expanding and that expansion has been accelerating, things are much further out than 13.8.
That's the part I'm going to start to work out as we watch a few of these, to see how they've determined that the arbitrary number. I know they're out by maybe a billion light years in the number, but how they calculated it, what that number is, that's what I'm going to have to look at into.
I think that would be the cosmic microwave background, is it?
Well, that's what we're going to have to look at.
Yeah.
To see what evidences there is, what they've done.
I just happened to provide you with a video about the cosmic microwave.
How interesting.
It's funny how that works out.
Yeah.
God, I'm clever.
You better go to the doctor about it, Davros. I heard it's contagious.
Yeah.
It's called Methuselah.
Anyway, we got a Peter here somewhere. I heard come in the door.
Morning, Peter.
I did hear him come in the door.
It's a bit messy, isn't it?
Peter, did you shut the door behind you?
No, I left it open, but it's all right. I wiped it up and said I was sorry.
I was going to say, it's a bit rude. Hello. He ejaculated.
Sorry, I'm still eating.
I'm just hoping you got your new bum installed correctly.
Nah, mine's still cracked. But I like it.
Tell us about your dick.
Nah. I like my bum with a crack.
Is it a crack dick? Oh, it does.
I like my bum with a crack in it.
Did your bum get a crack in it when it slipped on your deck?
Yeah. No. Maybe.
No, it was the fart. It was the fart.
It was the fart that did it. Yeah. But
Peanut Gallery. Fred Knotts just put a 4 out there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Wayne tripping
Bye, Fred. Bye, Fred.
See you, Fred.
Nice seeing ya.
Yeah.
How about I take this banner off him and then somebody else will whack him?
Oh, and Trippin' Fool also wrote out for.
He wrote it. He didn't. I don't know if that's character or not.
Is that a
spell out for?
Yeah, I know. No, is that technically a? Yeah, that's the word for.
No, that's like you were there, but you didn't do the crime.
Oh, and then Farmers has got a 2 squared, and I can do the math on that one.
No, you didn't say 4. That's technically.
Sam did.
I don't know how he did that.
I can remember the alt code now. Thank you very much.
I think you've got a mutiny on your hands, Terry. And I think I know what happens to mutineers.
It's a spanner, not a wrench, Fred.
Yeah, we don't do wrenches.
Put vote 1 in the Peanut Gallery if you prefer to me to take your spanner off you if you say the wrong thing or the letter or the number than me just timing you out, because then you guys get the blame and not me.
Now he's arguing with you and says it's a wrench.
No, it's a spanner.
Not in here. It's a spanner in here.
Damn. Fred, rocking the boat.
And no name said, what do they say in golf? Mippet said Turnham Grey.
Ooh, that's cutthroat.
Fade to grey.
I saw a blue Fred and I wanted to turn him grey.
Is that by the Trolling Stones?
Yes, yes, it is.
Okay, we're nearly finished.
Billion light years away. I mean, the observable universe has a radius of over 46 billion light years. The diameter is about 93 billion light years.
Wow, 93 billion light years.
Yeah,
How do
it's
you
big mongus.
how do you visualize that? That's the observable universe.
I like to think of it as like a giant breast. Really, it's comforting. It's soothing. It's kind of sexy all at the same time. That's how I like to visualize it. What about you
Um,
That works well for me.
guys? Did that work for you? Okay,
How-
yeah.
how-
I'm gonna do that with a boob mop.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't think it's got any relevance, but it works for me.
sure. Well, it's string theory in a nutshell, right?
In your own special way, I guess. Yes, it would be.
What I'm saying is it's equally valid to anything say Pete Shea has ever said. It's gotta be. It's just gotta.
Well, I believe you for the simple fact that you didn't bring up Aristarchus.
Everybody drink.
Yeah, I left that out. You're right. I'm a failure. It's a failure.
Yeah.
Just so you know,
hide and shame.
just to give you guys a little hint, okay? So take the number 13.8 and do some spherical mathematics on it.
No.
No.
No,
Yes.
my head's out enough.
Okay, to get this to a basics for you. If you take the 13.8, you times it by pi, you double it, you get around 86 billion light years.
You're late for pi right now.
No, just hang on.
I haven't finished dinner yet.
I used rounded pi. So if you extend it out, the number actually gets
Well,
larger.
pies are usually round.
So does anyone
That was a square pork pie with an egg in the middle.
Well, it's 4 pi r squared.
Does anyone off the top of their head know how big just our galaxy is? Like how many?
100 million light years.
Well,
Side to side.
100 million to 150 million, depending on the arm.
And our universe?
Our
galaxy.
The question is truly
just our galaxy.
Didn't I put that in my
So how big's our solar system?
1 AU.
No, that's from Sun to Earth, Pip. 1 AU.
That's what it is.
Well, I think out to Pluto's 115 AU.
Something like that.
And out to the Kuiper Belt's 128.
So how what would be the length of time that it would take for the sun to hit Pluto? So it's 8 seconds to us, and obviously it's going to extend all the way.
8 minutes to.
I mean 8 minutes to. 8 minutes to us. So what are we talking about at Pluto? What?
I think it's a week.
A week. So it's a light week.
Oh no, hang on a minute. Sunlight gets to Pluto in 5 hours.
Oh, you beat me.
5 hours.
Yeah.
5 over 5 hours. I got
over 5 hours.
So if we say that it's 5 hours just because maths makes it easier with that number.
So that's to Pluto. That's not the entire solar system.
No. But still, to put it into perspective.
I hate that word.
To make it easier to understand in terms that makes it somewhat simpler for our brains. How's that then? Make me use more words to say the same thing?
No.
The question is, what would people?
Verbosity is the soul of wit. Isn't that what the bard said?
That's right.
But what would Pete say?
Yeah.
That's like
1.87 light years. It says.
Do you believe everything you read, man?
To get to the Earth, from the sun to the Earth cloud.
That's phenomenal. Yes, that's the one.
Phenomenal.
That is a
Did you
huge
say-
volume of things that we can see. And 13.8 billion years ago, everything in that volume and everything beyond it that we can't see would have been compressed into a tiny, infinitesimally small point that we call the singularity. Actually, no. I mean, that would be true if the universe is finite, but if the universe is infinite, and it kind of looks like it is, then it was always infinite. So the Big Bang would have happened literally everywhere. But if the universe has always been infinite, then what is it expanding into? Well, it doesn't have to expand into anything. I mean, it can expand into itself. That's the thing about infinity. You never run out of it.
To infinity and beyond.
This guy's making me think at almost midnight.
It's 10 in the morning. I'm still in no fit state for thinking.
Questions?
Yes, I've got too many quotes from hitchhikers going through.
How did he get so small on the screen?
Oh, C G.
I've got answers, but I don't know if they match the questions.
Well, that's the trick.
Hang on.
I wish
hang
his
on.
voice got
My
real,
answers are limited. You have asked the wrong question.
It would have been good if he, as he got smaller, if his voice went higher and higher. That would have been great.
Do you know? I reckon if you searched up someone like either Fermilab or Science Asylum, they might actually have the mathematics that determines how they got the 93 billion light years of our observable universe. But all I reckon it is 13.8 billion times 4 pi r squared.
Please
Just
tell me.
saying.
Please tell me you didn't say Fermilab. Just said
Fermilab.
Fermilab.
Fermilabs.
Well, I don't know what I don't know what Dr. Don Lincoln does in his spare time. He might dress up as a neutrino.
Oh, you never know. So the ones you least expect.
Well, he is, he is one of the head scientists on the Dune project. So, the Deep Underground Neutrino Experiment. Have any of you guys seen what that Dune experiment's going to do?
Nope.
No.
The amount of land they're having to move to create the tunnel from Fermilab to, from where Fermilab is to Louisiana State. Right, they're building a tunnel underneath.
When the Crocs get in.
Underneath the curve.
When
right?
the Crocs get in.
And that's where all the sensors are going to go, because in that way there's going to be no external atmospheric conditions that are going to affect the sensors. Just the neutrinos are going to go through the planet and be detected by the sensors.
That's cool.
Pretty awesome. I mean, why would a company spend the amount of money they're about to spend on this apparatus to detect something that has almost no mass? You can't see it with your eye unless you got sensors and stuff. Why would they spend so much money to make this apparatus?
Well, the heavy conspiracy theories would say to keep up with production.
I have an
Of
idea.
what? Mole men?
Of the story.
I have a brilliant idea. You know how, Flat Earth uses the idea of perspective, and they use tunnels to support this idea of perspective. How about we hang them upside down in a tunnel and see if the perspective of the tunnel changes?
Finchy, you do realise where we live, right?
You're already upside down.
You guys claim to be upside down, but I'm way more upside down.
Upside down, ground to sky is what I mean.
No. There was a nugget of brilliance in Finch's suggestion. You just took it too far. Just hang them.
The Aussie perspective does not qualify any of Farmer's Boy's thoughts in this last 5 seconds. His thoughts
any views expressed are my own and are not condoned by the management.
However, may be supported by myself as an individual.
See, you just overcomplicated it. Just hang the buggers. I'm kidding.
Problem solved.
Yeah. Oh, there seems to be some approval for my suggestion in the side chat.
Bob the science guy.
Yeah, we've got our favourite science. We've got our
probably
favourite.
get us.
We've got our
Hey, Bob.
We've got our favourite science guy in the chat.
Oh, is Phil here as well?
No, that's our favourite professor.
Sorry, Bob. I'm only joking.
You're going to hurt Professor Dave's feelings. That attitude.
I don't know who would have got insulted with that, Bob or Phil.
It just kind of fell out my mouth.
The thing is, they both suck at Zoom.
Yeah, Bob, come in and defend your honour now.
If you can figure it out.
Yeah, what's always the science guys that have trouble with technology? And they're the ones that invented technology.
Yeah.
That's an oxymoron if I haven't heard it.
Well, no, I thought Bob just invented a way of getting you off opioids and onto marijuana.
Bob's a really smart guy and all. I give him full props for being a smart dude, but I don't think he invented the interwebs or the YouTubes. Right, Bob? I mean, would that be a pretty fair... it's an assumption I'm making. I could be totally wrong on this. Apologies if you did.
I'm guessing you're right.
Okay, thank you. I'm not a betting man, but if I were, I would bet that Dr. Bob did not.
Yeah, I like no names assumptions because they are sometimes based in fact.
I try.
I mostly come out at night,
Why don't you put her in charge?
It's easier to live in a fantasy world. Just ask the flat earthers.
Chris is making an assertion. The science guys need guys like me that actually make the crap work.
Thank you, Chris.
Yes.
That's what I was bitching and complaining about in the green room before we started.
You know where we've got to, don't you? We've got the three arc ships. So we've covered the first one that's got all the important people, the higher ups, the elite, the higher echelons of society. That's A. We've now just covered C, all the people that actually do the work. How many have we got left that are going to be on the B ship?
Well, you've got all the people that do the fault finding and the debugging and saying, no, you got this bit wrong because my Discord keeps kicking me off Discord. Fix Discord. It's not working properly.
The people on the last one won the lotto.
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
Is it plugged in?
All I'm saying is, if you suddenly find yourself on the B arc, panic.
And if you find you don't have a towel, panic even more.
Yes. You got to know where your towel is.
Well, because didn't Ford save him by using his towel as he was being sucked out of the Vogon's ship? And then they got
man.
I'd have to
I made
argue
the
with
mistake
you.
of watching that in the cinema. Good God.
I'm
What
glad you
was
didn't
wrong
say
with
Field
Water
of Dreams.
Hey,
Field
what's
of
wrong
Dr-
with Field of Dreams? At least
Hey,
that's almost
Dances with
Dreams is a
Wolves.
classic, man.
that's
Is
that's
that if you build it, they will come? Is that one?
that's the
Yeah.
one.
Even
Yeah,
for a
and-
hardcore, hard-boiled cynic like me, it touches my cold, dead heart every time.
It warms the cockles of your heart.
Yeah.
Mippet has spoken.
That is
Oh,
so
yes.
selfish of you.
There has
Do
been
you
a
know-
proclamation from the Mippet.
Press
Yep,
Well,
Mippet has spoken.
Press play.
Mippet's bored with our hilarity.
Press play.
Who's this video from?
YouTube.
Who, not where.
YouTube.
YouTube
No,
channel.
YouTube is not a person.
No, YouTube's an entity.
YouTube is.
Well, actually,
live.
if you listen to the
University.
right just gemstones, look, I know what's on the YouTubes. But apparently, there's more than one.
It's part of
Something
the
that seemed
interweb.
to pluralize everything.
Part of the interweb on the internet.
No, it's the interwebs. The webs. There's
Interweb.
more. Doing something, weren't you,
Is there
Terry?
a topic in this live stream?
We never knew
He
where we
was
were to
away
begin
from
with.
keyboard.
Joke's on you.
Yeah, what part of the
Thanks to
university?
Squarespace for sponsoring today's video. You have probably heard that modern day science believes the universe to be 13.8 billion years old. It seems rather unfathomable how anyone can come to that conclusion, but actually the how is not too difficult to understand. People just don't generally ask the question. Either they scoff at it or they accept it as truth. In this video we will explore this how, but also throw a spanner in the works due to the newly discovered age of one of
And I'm very
You notice he said spanner and not wrench?
He speaks the proper English.
Yeah, he speaks proper. Am I allowed to play the...
I think you get a spanner day one around here.
I've got to
What do
be
you guys
careful. I'm
think?
not sure about the music because it says credit Stellar Drone Millions. I don't know who that is.
But
Terry,
Terry,
show me the title again, and I'll look it up real quick.
yeah, Terry, just what's the name of that star he's about to suggest?
Jim. It's called Jim.
I thought it was Mick.
AC6960.
They call it One-Eyed Jim because there's only one
I'm
eye
having a look now.
in Jim.
Damn it.
I didn't know that the one star that's older than the universe itself was called Jim.
Oh,
It is now.
how do you know? Were
Because
you
it's
there when
easy
they
to
named
spell
it?
the Methuselah.
The long name was James.
Play.
I don't know how you get James from
Press.
Methuselah.
I know. I'm trying... Davros has to get the last word in.
Press play, please, Terry.
our local stars, called the Methuselah star, which apparently is older than the age of the
mate.
universe. So, 13.8 billion years old. How did we come to that figure?
Yeah.
We currently
Yeah.
see the universe is expanding and cooling. Everything is...
I claim CGI.
I have to look into it further, Terry. I'll let you know.
I'm doing CGI with my camera right now, Terry.
Oh, are you?
I wanna know that.
Got no
You don't wanna know
clouds.
that.
Haven't you got
No,
any clouds?
No clouds and the bigger memory card. So it should go all night now.
Oh, you've got more stamina now.
Yeah, I had a
Go.
Viagra. I gave it a Viagra before I set it up.
Go. Film.
Play.
Play.
moving away from everything, excluding forces like gravity keeping things together. The speed of this expansion is known as the Hubble constant, and currently the universe is expanding at a rate of 80,000 kilometers per hour per million light years.
Oh, I like this video already. They're using normal measurements
it-
and spanner and kilometers an hour.
Is it-
Geez, we're going
What's
good here
that
so
real
far.
Is it constant?
Well, sort of.
There's a debate now.
The equation. Okay, in the equation, there's a particular number that's constant.
You're going to
It's
bring
the
math
rest of
into
the
it.
values.
Satanic
No, it's the
math.
rest of the values that change the equation.
Pardon me for breathing. I'll just sit here and shut up now.
Yeah, me too.
So, the obvious conclusion from an expanding universe is that matter is becoming diluted. There's more space in between things. A less obvious result of the universe expanding is the stretching of light wavelengths known as redshift. What started off as extremely high energy and high frequency waves emitted.
I think we've gone through this before, so I've got a little bit, not a lot, maybe that much of a knowledge of to do with this, to do with light when it goes away from you for the wavelength thing. It moves away.
Goes away, gets longer, comes closer, gets shorter.
Which way is this supposed to be facing? Left to right or right to left?
But it doesn't matter. The equation of the wave is correct. Is that towards the blue it's shorter, towards the red it's longer. That's all he's trying to explain.
Yeah. Yeah, I knew that. I knew as the wavelength gets bigger, it goes to that, and then shorter, it goes to that.
And I knew you knew that because you told me you knew that.
Soon after the Big Bang have become stretched, finally reaching us as less energetic microwaves, known as the cosmic microwave background radiation. It's also why the James Webb Space Telescope is an infrared telescope, as photons of light emitted by galaxies billions of light years away have had their frequencies shifted to the red so much that we need an infrared telescope to observe them. A photon contains energy.
That means that they're far away.
And a higher frequency wavelength means more energy, which means it is hotter. Lower frequencies mean it is less hot. Hence why we say the universe was once dense and hot, but now it's bigger but cooler. But how does knowing this help us work out the age of the universe? Well, we do need to assume a few things about the universe first. 1. The universe is uniformly dense on the largest scales. This seems wrong. It's clearly not uniform. There are superclusters full of densely packed galaxies and supervoids containing not much at all. However, like stars in a galaxy, zoom out far enough and suddenly everywhere looks the same. So we assume the universe is homogeneous. As a result of that, not only is matter distributed evenly, but 2. We also assume the universe's laws and properties are the same throughout in any direction. And 3. We assume the Big Bang occurred in all locations, everywhere at once. If you hadn't heard that before, you can check out my video about it here. Under the laws of general relativity, if these 3 things are true, then there is a connection between how old the universe is and how it expanded throughout its history. With these assumptions, we can get distance and brightness measurements between objects like stars, supernovae, and galaxies. For instance, white dwarf supernovae always appear about the same brightness. If an observed supernova is dim compared to what we expect, it is because it is further away.
Isn't there a star we're looking at right now that's changed or changed recently or something?
Yeah, Betelgeuse.
Is that the one?
Betelgeuse, yeah. But I think they've discovered why it's gone dim.
Yeah,
Why?
and what's
It's not
that?
going. Dust.
Well,
Shut up, it's dust.
hang on. As Andy Tom said, hello, wonderful people. Now, what the math?
That's what I listened to.
What the math? Now, okay, what he has stated is that dust is one of the possibilities of what could have been causing the dimming. But it's the fact that it has happened over a period of time. It could be more than just the dust.
Okay, I'm going back to shutting up.
So, because the space sucks, someone didn't have the vacuum cleaner plugged in.
Well, no, I'm not saying you're wrong, Pip, but it is that dust is one of the reasons.
So what's
They also found invisible stars, Pip. It's cool as shit.
What's
invisible
the belief that you profess to, Demo? Because I know there's about 5 or 6 different theories
Of what?
of why it's gone dim.
Okay, so there's one thing is the possibility of a changing state of the fuel of the star.
Yeah, but
So
I
it
think
may not be burning. It may not be burning hydrogen anymore. It may be into burning helium.
Yeah, I think that one was one of their first beliefs, but I think they may have disproved that one now.
Yeah, they may have disproved it, but it hasn't. It still hasn't been ruled out as a possibility that it was that it had a flash of burning a lot of fuel at once and then it dimmed again. And then
Yeah, but they used the
spectral analysis.
Spectral analysis on it, and it's saying that it's still burning plenty of hydrogen, or it's still giving out wavelengths of plenty of hydrogens, not so much helium. So on that premise, it's the belief is that it's not gone into that other stage of a star's life cycle yet.
Oh, you mean the death knells of going supernova?
Yeah.
Anyway,
what if it kind of like half ate its hot Jupiter? Like, say it's hot Jupiter just too close, and it just sort of like sucked up enough of the.
That was one theory that it actually got.
Yeah, that was the last one I'd heard.
Yeah, that it got hit by another, either a super planet or a dwarf star, and that's what caused the flash.
Yeah, hot Jupiter and a brown dwarf are pretty darn close to each other. You know, there's a gradient, right?
You mean a fluffy Jupiter?
Yeah, it's fluffy.
Ooh, have you heard of them?
You got a problem with fluff?
No. Have you heard of them?
Fluffy.
Right, so what they are is they're basically Jupiters with the same mass as Jupiter, yet they're twice the size. So they're called fluffy because they're lighter, but they've still got the same amount of mass. So
I'll just call them
likely to cause that.
I'll just call them Enrique if that's all right.
Enrique, sure.
Enrique.
You know what's the most likely
Enrique
cause?
Iglesias.
For all the girls I've loved before.
Not that one, the comedian.
That was Julio, right? Oh, sorry, wrong Iglesias. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I get my folk
about the one who does all the lady voices. Anyway.
So binary stars, to answer my own question, binary stars can put the correct tension kind of or I guess cancel out forces that can create those fluffy Jupiters. I was reading a paper on that today. I was kind of proud of myself for being able to understand the damn thing. But yeah.
Or the fact that you could read.
Oh yeah, well there's that too. Usually I just scroll through Pornhub, so it doesn't require a lot of reading or writing ability.
I think we're kind of slipping away from the topic a bit.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant YouTube. Sorry, I totally meant YouTube. Was that a Freudian slip?
One of the other theories is what I touched on earlier about a clump of dark matter.
Yeah.
May have passed in front of the star.
Yeah, that was what I was.
Cycles.
That's what I was alluding to. That it could have been a gravitational effect caused by either dark matter or something along those lines.
Yeah, and this is the word people hate: a denser section of dark matter.
Yeah. All right, Terry.
Finding out how dim tells us how far away it is, and thus how far back in time we are looking. We can also look for fluctuations in the cosmic microwave background radiation, which is a snapshot of the universe only a few 100 million years after the Big Bang. Comparing it to galaxy clusters we see today, there is a correlation, so we can see how it's fluctuated to understand how the universe evolved and expanded. Based on the expansion of the universe today, and how it did expand, we now know the universe is 68% dark energy, 27% dark matter, and 5% observable matter. But what is dark matter and dark energy? We really don't have much of an idea. However, we can see their effects. Dark energy is believed to be the driving force behind the universe's expansion, as the expansion would have slowed down by now without it. And dark matter is gravitational force we can't account for. Galaxies, and galaxy clusters in particular, seem to have a lot more mass than they should, meaning the gravitational pull is stronger. Dark matter is what must keep galaxy filaments together. We can observe its influence. In fact, we can even map out its mass distribution, like in this image. But we don't know what it is. We can't observe it. But for the purposes of this video, we don't need to know what it is, only what it does, to be able to work out the universe's age. So, we know the current rate of the universe's expansion, or the Hubble constant. We know how that redshifts light. We know the composition of the universe, and we know its properties. We can see how galaxies have evolved over time. We look for fluctuations in the cosmic microwave background radiation. We can use all of this together to extrapolate back to the earliest stages of the Big Bang. Using 3 different instruments, all looking at different aspects of the universe, all the answers have come back roughly the same, 13.8 billion years, with an estimated 99% accuracy. But there's another method, which has thrown a bit of a spanner in the works, and that is to measure the age of stars. Certain types of stars are very short-lived, going supernova in a matter of a few million years. Others could last for trillions of years. Not that we've seen one that old for obvious reasons. In fact, following the evolution of stars, we haven't really seen any older.
Gone quiet.
Hello?
What happened?
Hello?
Hello?
Zoom had a spastic.
No, he's got a
Hello?
Yeah.
Am I here?
Hello.
Am I here?
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello?
What happened?
Zoom had a
Hello?
spastic.
No, it didn't. I
Zoom
paused the
just-
video.
No. Zoom for me just had a spastic. It requested permission to use my microphone again.
Did it? Oh, okay. That's not my problem. What I was saying that I was muted on the microphone. I didn't realise. What if we found a star that was older than the predicted age of the universe?
I can debunk it. Because I've seen the video.
Hey! No spoilers.
So if you've cheated, you
Spoiler
can't
alert.
interject.
Yes,
No, not
that's
this
true.
video.
Yes.
Not this video.
You just said
yeah.
you've seen it. You just said you've seen
You've
it.
seen a video. Well, I don't care if you've seen a video.
Yeah,
I'm
nice
What-
double speak there,
What-
Globus.
What if
Globetard.
the video you've
double
seen is
talk.
wrong?
Yeah. I
if the
only
video-
just brought the question up now, so you can't.
It is possible for there to be an older star.
Then the
He knew
age
the
of the
answer before
universe.
you even asked
Oh.
the question, Terry.
Well, there is. There is.
How?
So our sun, which is working quite awfully fine right now,
Which is only like 5 billion years old. Yeah.
has got planets circulating around it, right?
Yeah, that are only about 4.5 billion
Yeah.
years old. Right.
Yeah. Now, our planets are made up of stardust. Everything else
Yes.
is made up from stardust that's of stars that have gone supernova and thrown themselves all over the place.
Yeah. A
The-
lot of those stars that went supernova have lives less than 10 billion years. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, so
Can you get your train of thought out in one go, Peter? Because it's annoying if I don't hear it in one go.
I'm sorry. So the thing is you could have they could have had stars that have burnt out 100 million years before their estimated time. But because they've all gone now, they wouldn't really know.
So what you're saying is something that they can't see and have no record of could be older than that.
Yes.
Is his name God?
Oh, I didn't bring religion into it.
No.
Well, not yet. But let Astrum carry on with the Methuselah thing.
It's called
and
a
then-
margin of error, guys. Jeez. Chill.
Yeah, I know. Some people are getting so serious about this.
But
yeah,
no,
why are you so triggered?
How can you have something older than the start of everything?
Because it's called a margin of error, and they got it wrong.
Well, that's right. Well, how do you know they've got it
What,
perfectly
that
right?
star was there before the Big Bang.
Because I watched Dr. Becky, and that's how I know.
So when they
Yeah,
first
but
started,
I was
Calmed
there.
my party tit right
Demonic.
down. She was
How do you
like,
know? How do you know I don't mute everyone in the next few seconds?
Oh yeah.
Press play.
all I'm saying is when they first started doing carbon dating, they did get that wrong. Press play.
Older than about 13.2 billion years old. But this does mean that long-lived stars that formed as matter was coalescing shortly after the Big Bang would certainly still be around today. And this is where our friend Methuselah comes in. Methuselah is a metal-poor star, meaning it is very old and incredibly rare, and most special of all, it is only about 200 light years away from us, which means we can examine it relatively closely. Based on its evolution, it is an estimated 14.5 billion years old, give or take about 800 million years. This means it might have disproved the 13.8 billion figure. So, do we really know how old the universe is? Roughly. It wouldn't be surprising to see this figure change as our technology improves. We have the WFIRST and James Webb Space Telescopes coming out soon, with specific mission objectives to peer deep into the universe's past. Exciting times. Although I don't think we'll see this figure vary than more than about 1 billion years in either direction. Research is still in very early days in this field, even if it has been a topic of research for a while. To be honest though, I'm so impressed we have got this far. Who would have even thought we could come up with any figure a few hundred years ago? All this may throw up more questions than it answered, but that is science in a nutshell, the ongoing search for truth. Thanks again to Squarespace for sponsoring this video.
So we're still none the wiser, or are we just taking all what we've heard so far as the information that we've got?
Oh, I don't know, but it sounded like the video agreed with me. Just saying.
Well, I thought it was a pretty good kind of overview, big picture overview of how we know what we know about, you know, how we arrived at that estimate.
But just the thing I touched on before, like you look at carbon dating back at the early, like the video stated that we're only in the early stages of this technology, that we've been dealing with it for a long time now, but we're still only at the early stages. And if you look back at the early stages of things like carbon dating and radio dating, they got quite a few of those dates screwed up in the first early stages of it. Yeah, so,
I like to think of it like old Donald Rumsfeld. Okay, you can not know what you don't know, or you can know what you don't know. Sometimes you don't know what you don't know.
Yeah,
we're in
true.
a really weird. We're in a weird position. Yeah, I know I mangled that, but that was something he said.
Get the drift though. Yeah.
Always tickled me, and it doesn't really matter how you say it because he messed it up too.
Yeah.
But really, what I think he was trying to say is that, you know, no, I don't want to say it that way because I don't want to start with damn it, now I'm lemming birding. Fuck. Sorry, where start? Damn it.
what you
Sorry, we've
guys
been talking
missed.
about Lemon Bird in the chat, in the side chat, and I've got him on the brain.
Oh no!
I don't want to say words like
Yeah.
paradigm, atomistic, satanic,
Yeah, just something
blah blah
that I
blah.
think you all missed. Okay, so if it's 14.5 billion years, and we say that the universe is 13.8 billion years, yeah, it's got 800 million year error margin. That brings it to
Right.
within 13.7 billion years.
No, okay. So right now, the estimated age of that galaxy has a margin of error that, at its maximum, is 14.5. Right?
No, the
But
error margin is 800 million years.
was that all it was? Are you sure?
Yeah, about that in the millions.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was in the video. The error margin is 800 million years. Therefore,
And 2 weeks from now, they'll release a paper that says, "Oops, we were wrong by a factor of this."
Yes, exactly.
There was some lensing that we didn't account for, or there was some effect that
Well, it's the same. It's the same thing as back in the day when they
carry the
measured the
two.
distance to the sun, or whatever it was. That they kept, the better the technology got, the more accurate they got.
The more accurate the measurement got. Yeah.
It's the same as taking. Okay, so if we go to a technology that we've got down packed fairly well now, taking a blood sample from someone. Now, at one stage, they could look under a microscope and they could tell you if you were A, B, or what you were. Then it progressed from that to positives or minuses and O's and everything else. And as the technology increased, they moved on to genetic makeup and all of that. So all I'm saying is right now it's a fairly, as far as we know, accurate estimation. The further the technology grows, the more accurate it's going to become. And
right.
like
Dude,
No
like
Name
100
said,
years ago, Einstein and them thought that the whole universe was in the Milky Way galaxy.
Yep.
Because that was pretty much all we could see. I mean, we thought stars. I mean, we thought things that we were seeing were stars. It turned out to be not just galaxies, but clusters of galaxies, and that pushed back the curtain, right? I mean, that pushed all the estimates went whoosh.
Yeah.
Because we had so much more information, so much more data.
And you don't know what a 12-year-old child's going to invent tomorrow playing on the PlayStation, and build it when he's 21 and come out with a whole new technology that instantly works out the whole age of everything.
An actual black swan, in the appropriate sense of the word, because you don't know what that technology is going to be, and it's going to be a game changer. So yeah, how do you predict the unpredictable?
Well, how do you know that the people that took the measurement of the age of Methuselah didn't mess up the equation?
Well, there's another one.
That's the whole argument that I made earlier. What are you talking about?
Because that's what actually happened. Just so you know.
Well, there you go.
The equation was wrong.
Did a paper come
the
out
age of
to
that
that
star? Yeah.
I'm allowed to digress or sort of move on to something else that's sort of relevant in a way, because I'm allowed to. Interesting bit of information I was listening to last night. They're just starting to develop or run through some trials in a way where they've put all the this information into a computer of all the different types of viruses or some sort of the individual virus cells or whatever they are, into a computer, and allowed the computer to work out what viruses are out there to what they need to get rid of or whatever antibiotics or whatever's out there to kill the viruses. Like, they put all the individual information into the computer and allowed the computer to actually figure it out, and they said that they're getting some headway into it, which is good, I reckon, for technology.
Yes.
let the computer figure it out. What's out there that actually kills the virus? Let the computer figure it out. And then that they said it could develop even into things like cancers and other things too. So I thought that'd be good.
It's all good.
Well, actually, there was a breakthrough in.
That was my
treatment.
segue into playing the video.
No, apparently they found a T cell protein that they could synthesize it, and it would attach to numerous cancer cells, numerous different types of cancer cells. So, like, say you had cancer in your liver, and then you had cancer in your kidneys and cancer in your bladder, it would be able to target all three of those. So it was a more robust treatment rather than having to use chemo or radiation therapy. But it's just started clinical trials. So that's another good tick in the box for science.
Word. I think you can put a lot of confidence into the method and the body of knowledge that we have. And I think one of the advantages that we do have these days, and this was the point I was trying to make earlier, is now we have a better understanding of what we don't know. And that's a big advantage. When you know what you don't know, it means that you at least have something, some place to look. You have things to test. You know, we got new stuff. That's exciting. Like, we don't know any stuff we find. You know, if we do start figuring things out about it over the next decade or two or whatever, it's going to make some new technology that we cannot predict because we don't know what its characteristics are, and we don't know if we can model it or if we can reverse engineer it or if there's anything useful that'll come of it at all.
Okay.
Because science isn't always about utility, by the way. Sometimes it's just worth knowing. In my opinion.
Yeah.
Welcome to our universe. It began with a Big Bang and is estimated to be 13.7 billion years old, give or take 100 million years. Astronomers calculated this figure by measuring the composition of matter and energy density in the universe, which enabled them to determine how fast the universe expanded in the past. The size and age of the universe, as well as how fast it is expanding, has been confirmed with a new, precise method that uses galaxies as lenses to look at other galaxies. The new measurement confirmed the age of the universe as 13.7 billion years old, to within 100 million years of accuracy, and also confirmed the strength of dark energy, which is responsible for the accelerating expansion of the universe.
CGI. No?
The universe cannot be younger than the objects contained inside of it. By determining the age of our oldest stars, scientists are able to put a limit on the age. When looking out at the cosmos, it can be difficult for scientists to distinguish between a very bright light far away and a dimmer source much closer to Earth. Globular star clusters orbiting our Milky Way are the oldest objects we have found, and a detailed analysis of the stars they contain tell us that they formed about 13 billion years ago. From its expansion and acceleration to dark matter and energy, the universe continues to amaze and perplex astronomers. Hey all, I hope you really enjoyed the video. This is going to be a new series on this channel, so I hope you tune in next time. wiredzero, out.
I think that was made just with the CGI stuff, just to make it look pretty. So he basically just covered the same things that we just said. Oh, Bandy out in the peanut gallery. So now we can see through other galaxies as well as using them as a magnifying glass. Please.
What do
No,
you
we
mean
don't see through them.
No, they bend the light around them, which is what causes the lensing effect.
Well, no,
Silly Bandy.
we are using a lot more infrared. We have some really good telescopes up in space that can see through all that dust, and we can see through them now. But yeah, Davros is also correct. We can also use gravitational lensing. I saw a really cool picture of a star that got quadrupled, I think. Yeah, it was like a neat kind of a star pattern, or a diamond pattern, not a star pattern, but it was one star that got lensed, and it ended up traveling to us, or in the image anyway, in 4 different directions.
Oh, so it was like north and south and east and west of the.
Yeah, it was this cool diamond pattern. Yeah.
There's a really
even Pete Shea would be impressed by the metaphor or whatever.
There's a really nice picture of Mars on the other side of our sun, and by the calculations of where Mars should have been at the time, it should have been hidden by the sun. However, you could see it like with the telescope that they were using, because it had like, I don't know, solar filters and all that type of good stuff on it. But
a bit of wibbly wobbly space time action around the gravitational field.
Yeah, so because of the wibbly wobbly action of the space time around our sun, it was actually doing that whole making Mars visible when it probably shouldn't have been, type of thing. Yeah, it was pretty cool. I'll try and find the photo. It's I can't even remember where I saw it. I think it was one of those star nut bloody photo sites that I've been looking at.
When you want it, you can't find it.
Yeah.
Okay, if the universe is only 14 billion years old, how can it be 92 billion light years wide?
Oh, I think somebody has a Fermilab video about that.
Didn't he say before that that although the speed of light is as fast as we could go, the universe doesn't go by those rules or something along those lines?
No, that is the speed of light.
Yeah, and the
But,
universe. Yeah, but the universe don't go by those rules.
I said this about an hour ago. 85% of the universe is made up of something that is not light. Doesn't contain photons, so it's not bound by the speed limit of light.
Galaxy Lumen, says Bandy. Silly boy.
No.
Okay, last one.
Dark matter is like the baking soda of the universe.
Absolutely,
multitasker.
absolutely
multitasker,
useless and
yeah.
sits at the bottom of the fridge. I don't know what you're on about.
Baking
Oh.
soda is what's put into flour to make self-raising flour.
That's
Also make toothpaste out of it.
That's yeast.
Who's moving
Press
the
play.
furniture? Who's moving the furniture around?
Not me.
Not me.
Press play.
I'm just sitting here.
Oh, we've got music.
Into space, we are not only looking at things that are far away, we're looking at things that existed in the past. For instance, the sun is about 93 million miles away, and it takes light about 8 minutes to get here. Thus, when we sit down in the morning with some toast and our first cup of coffee for the day and look at the sun, we're seeing it not as it is now, but as it was when we put the bread in the toaster. Time and space are inextricably intertwined when we talk about how far away things are. This is especially true when we talk about large-scale structures of the universe. We even have a distance scale called a light year, which is the distance that light travels in a year. In more familiar terms, a light year is 9.5 trillion kilometers, or just shy of 6 trillion miles. We use the unit light year because nothing travels faster than light. It's very convenient. But it is most convenient when we talk about the size of the universe. Astronomers have determined the age of the universe very precisely. It is 13.7 billion years old. Exactly how we know this is perhaps the subject of another video, but for the moment, let's take that number as a given.
That is.
If we do, we can ask a very simple question. How big is the visible universe? There are lots of tricky ways to think about that, but let's start with perhaps the most obvious. We can't see the universe before it began because, well, that's what beginning means. When the universe began, it was filled with light, which then traveled through the cosmos. And if the universe began 13.7 billion years ago, and we're just now seeing it arrive, it had to have traveled 13.7 billion light years before it hit Earth. And to make that point solid, astronomers can actually see light from shortly after the universe began. It's called the cosmic microwave background radiation, and it is the oldest thing we've ever seen. It is hitting the Earth from every direction, and it is, to all intents and purposes, a photograph of the birth of the universe 13.7 billion years ago. Accordingly, it would be reasonable to say that the visible universe consists of a sphere centered on the Earth with a radius of 13.7 billion light years. Boom, done. Except that this is completely wrong. That's one of the sneaky things about science. It can fool you if you think too fast. Sometimes you have to slow down and mull things over. And if you think about it for a moment, you'll realize that this way of thinking assumes that the universe is static, and, at least on average, distances between objects aren't changing. But we know this isn't true. To begin with, the Big Bang happened. The universe is expanding, and it used to be expanding much faster than it is now. And that means that the simple answer isn't good enough. I don't want to get too deeply into the details of the Big Bang, but it boils down to the idea that the universe was once smaller and hotter and has been expanding since the beginning. I made a video about it if you want more. And that expansion is key to understanding what is going on here. We start by imagining what the universe looked like when this microwave background radiation was emitted. It was hot everywhere. No place was special. Well, I guess one was, kind of. And that place is the current location of Earth. But at that moment, it looked like everywhere else. Now, there was a sphere centered around that point and at that time, and that sphere is the origin of the cosmic microwave background arriving at the Earth now. That radiation moved toward the Earth at the speed of light, and it took 13.7 billion years to get here. If we look at a sphere smaller than that special sphere, that light has already passed the Earth, and we can't see it. Light from a bigger sphere isn't here yet, so we don't see it either. When this light was emitted shortly after the Big Bang, this sphere's radius was about 42 million, that's with an M, light years away. Naively, you'd expect that this light would have taken 42 million years to get here, but it took 13.7 billion, and that's with a B, years to travel to Earth. And the reason that it took so long is that space was and is expanding. Now, if you think about that, it means that space between that sphere and the location of the Earth had to be expanding pretty fast. Otherwise, the light would have passed by the Earth long ago. I mean, it was only 42 million light years, and it's been nearly 14 billion years. So that sphere from which the microwaves were originally emitted also grew in size. And in the simplest calculation, that sphere would now be 41 billion, that's with a B, light years away. However, it turns out that the simplest calculation isn't quite right. You see, about 5 billion years ago, an energy field that we call dark energy became important. Dark energy is a repulsive form of gravity, which means that the expansion of the universe isn't slowing down, it's accelerating. That, of course, that means after 9 billion years of the expansion of space slowing down, it's now speeding up. When you take into account the effect of dark energy, that radius of the sphere from which the microwaves were emitted has grown from 42 million with an M light years to 46 billion with a B light years. And this highlights the confusion that arises from expanding space. We see the light from shortly after the Big Bang. It was emitted a short distance away, and now the location from which it was emitted is now about 1,100 times farther than it was. Further, when we see it as it was then and not as it is now. Indeed, remember that when the light was emitted, the conditions at the location of the sphere were the same as here on Earth. But the conditions here have changed. Instead of a bath of energy, we now have stars and galaxies. That's also true on that sphere. So if we could somehow see 46 billion light years away, presumably there are also stars and galaxies. But we don't see them there because light from objects that are currently that far away hasn't had time to reach us yet. In fact, and this is a mind blower, we'll never see those stars and galaxies. After all, they are moving away from us very fast and space is still expanding. We saw that the location when the universe was young, but we can't see them now. It gets weirder. Currently, there is a sphere around the Earth with a radius of about 15 billion light years. Objects that are now outside that sphere at this moment will never see as they look now, no matter how long we wait. I'll repeat that so it can sink in. We can currently see objects 46 billion light years away, but we see them as they were in the distant past. And any objects that are currently within 15 billion light years, we will be able to see as they are now, although we'll have to wait a long, long time for that light to get to us. And because of the expansion, it gets worse. It means that we constantly lose stars that we can see. Indeed, we lose about 20,000 stars per second. So there are stars that emitted photons at this moment that we will eventually see, but the photons that they emitted at this slightly later moment that we'll never see. One day, the expansion of the universe will make it so that almost all of the galaxies we see in our telescopes today, which I remind you now we're seeing as they were in the distant past, will slip from our view. We will one day only be able to see galaxies from our local group, meaning the Milky Way, Andromeda, and a few dozen minor galaxies in the vicinity. So that's the answer to the question. Our visible universe has a radius of about 46 billion light years, even though it's only 13.7 billion years old. But we're not seeing that distant point as it is now, but as it was shortly after the universe began. And the ongoing expansion makes things even worse. The bottom line is that if we're ever going to try and explore other galaxies, we better get cracking.
Wow.
Go on, Terry. Get cracking.
Yep, off you go.
Gotta get those lawnmowers together, mate.
Yeah.
Why do you think we're making you watch all these science videos?
Is that why?
Yeah.
Right. So have you?
Well, I've
cottoned on?
already invented the way to launch spaceships into outer space economically. I've just got to build that first. That one.
Yeah. But so has everyone got it that there is an age to the universe, but the size is not the age.
Right, but was anyone else also imagining that Terry's space launch system is like a giant Acme slingshot that, like, the Roadrunner, or I mean the Coyote would
Wile E.
get?
Coyote.
Yeah, to catch up with the Roadrunner.
I was actually thinking more along the lines of Angry Birds.
Oh yeah, catapults.
Well, no, I was thinking of a rocket with a fuse that you have to light with a match that was being slung by a slingshot that was headed towards.
It's very Rube Goldberg. I don't know, Terry. What do you think? What was your plan?
Now my plan is a giant tube that the rocket fits inside that reaches up past the Kármán line, and then you evacuate all the atmosphere out of it, and you stick a rocket in it, and then when it launches, it doesn't have to worry about the atmospheric pressure to launch.
But what about gravity?
That's what the rocket's for.
Yeah.
Oh no, you use assisted support. Run cables through it with electrical current. That'll create a
use a maglev to get it up to orbit.
Yeah, it's like an inflatable maglev system. It's awesome. It's super expensive and super energy intensive, but once you build it, it gets stuff into space. Lickety split. Cheap as
What about a giant spring that's compressed down and then released to push the rocket up?
I knew I had you figured out, Terry.
The only problem I can see with this, Terry, would be the instantaneous acceleration.
Oh, it'd be a variable stage spring, like on a car. You have different ratios on a coil on a spring for a car. So
I don't think they work. I don't think they work at the speeds you're trying to achieve, Terry.
We could give it a go, though.
Yeah. Well, one, what material are you going to make the spring out of? Two, how are you going to get the tension on the spring to pull it down to create the kinetic force in newtons that's going to be required?
Mr. Doubting Thomas, instead of coming up with arguments, why don't you come up with solutions?
Yeah, I know. I come up with solutions. I'm not the glass that's half. Whatever it is.
Terry, come up with a great idea. Why don't you go? Well, we could make it work like this.
Yeah, that's how science works. You have a go at something. You don't just stand around at the problem and go, "Oh no, that's not going to work."
That won't work.
No, that won't work.
Well, it's more of a case of...
you do. That's how you keep your eyebrows.
Yeah. Could you imagine if the first bloke that tried to make an internal combustion engine said, "No, that won't work."
No, that won't work.
We'd still be...
Yeah, but you're trying to use a crude spring to throw something out of the atmosphere.
What's wrong with that? They use hockey straps in the rockets now to launch those those satellites.
And there was nothing crude about Terry's idea. I mean, he related it to a car's spring, and we know that's proven technology that works.
That's
Boom. Right. Mic drop.
The world's second biggest...
Did I white knight pretty good for you there, Terry?
Oh, look, Professor Phil Bell even stuck up for me. Springs are used to push satellites away from the payload bay. Thank you, Professor.
So it works.
Yeah.
Springs work.
In space.
But this is going to be in an evacuated tube.
Yeah,
That's just a small scale proof of concept, Davros.
That's right,
Jeez,
yeah.
man. You know, I mean, that's a small.
Hang on.
This is based on
Hang
sound science here.
Did I hear say someone the tube goes up past the Kármán line?
Yeah,
Yeah.
till it reaches space because there's no atmospheric pressure.
Right.
So by pumping out all the atmosphere within the tube, you'll be taking away the atmospheric effects, which makes the rockets more efficient because there'll be less friction within the tube itself.
Right. So what materials are you making these things out of?
Oh, nano spider web material. We'll just get spiders to weave it because they're working on that stuff now, and they're making it stronger than the tensile strength of steel. So
You coming in here, casual spaceman, or are you going to sit out in the peanut gallery? Type the word out in the peanut gallery. Tell casual spaceman to type a certain number in the chat.
I like how you giggled like schoolgirl said.
How many wheels are there on a car, casual?
Yeah, I do have a thought though. Right? Why not? No. Hear me out, right? So you've got your evacuated tube that's 100 kilometers in the air, right? Why not attach a really, really long rubber band to the top of the tube that's evacuated, pull it all the way down, attach your rocket to it. You won't need any fuel of any sort. Up you go.
See, this is what we needed, Demonic. Better ideas. Solutions. Not that won't work.
Well, no, because my problem was being able to keep the spring down without it letting
What about
go
a hybrid?
prematurely.
Whoa, Davros. Let me blow your mind, buddy. What about
No,
this?
you're just
what
pissed
about
'cause I
a
came up with the
spring
rubber
at the
band
bottom and a
idea.
rubber band at the top, and they work in some kind of crazy harmonic resonance frequency pattern together, and then they, break gravity.
Opening a star portal, of course.
Well, no, because the thing is, if you do that and you break the relativity thing, right, you could like destroy the planet. So no. It's one or the other. You can't use both. Plus, what happens if the spring lets go and the rubber band didn't know about it?
Why do you take away all of Terry's dreams like that, Davros? He wanted that spring in there. I was doing it for Terry.
I'd like to keep my hopes up. I don't like to dwell on.
We can hang an ornamental spring in the rocket, right? And way he can.
Could we combine?
Oh, okay. Who said wrench?
Could we combine
Chris?
all of these technologies together?
Well, we could just use hockey straps as the rubber band because they're.
No.
Listen, hear me out. Hear me out.
I think Sam's pushed his luck too far.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think Sam has.
People have seen hockey straps or octopus straps before, and they got that little coil that attaches to the hook, right? So you can do the knot in the elastic, so it doesn't pull through. There's a spring on there. There's a spring on the other end. Use 3 of them hooked at the top of the tube. Bring them down. You've got both springs and elasticity.
I think Davros has lost his mind, ladies and gentlemen. He's suffering from what we like to call the man flu. And he told me 5 hours ago that he was only going to be up for an hour or two because the man flu was making him delirious. So I'm just going to set the record straight that this word salad is not normal Davros fare.
He's staying up for my birthday.
Guess what just happened in the peanut gallery?
I've got 1 minute until Sheeple's birthday. Like, come on.
Exactly.
Now, so I can't get into trouble for that.
See, ask me questions so I can say something profound before I turn 35.
How old aren't you?
I'm not 36.
There you go.
There you go.
How many roads must a man walk down before you can call him a man?
I'm trying to point out what something happened in the peanut gallery.
Go ahead.
Well played.
Well, Sam Cam was pushing his luck, and I thought, well, just to put a smack on the wrist, I'll just take his spanner away from him because he put the number 4 and the wrench next up further. So I said, no, he's pushed his luck. So I took his spanner off, and then for some reason Dora timed him out. Oh. Okay.
Here's one for you, sheeple, before you turn 35. You realise once you turn 35, if you
Oh,
live to
Dora
be
was
70,
pushing her luck too. Okay.
you've already lived half your life.
That's
Oh,
right.
happy birthday, buddy.
Cheers, mate.
Happy birthday to you.
Who's having another birthday?
Happy birthday to you.
Is there somebody else having a
Happy
birthday?
birthday,
Sheeple.
Sheepy.
Oh, Sheepy.
Happy birthday to you.
I haven't got
You're getting
cake.
old.
Cheers, guys.
Well, no name. It's like, you know, you and I were the only one going in for the happy birthdays and stuff. I don't know how it is.
I've got too much respect then to sing for Sheeple.
Yeah. Well, it's because Davros and I share a rectum. A lot of people don't know that. We share it.
Yeah.
Or
Well,
at least the stuff that comes out of them.
Right.
Well, no.
Yeah.
No. It's. See, look, they're just hanging shit on the thumb drive.
Why I gotta be hating on the thumb drive like that? Just because your cool design sounds so much cooler than mine. Anyway,
Are you eating Hot Pockets?
no, I'm eating toast because Dr. Lincoln made toast sound like a really good idea.
Yeah, by the time the toast cooked, yeah.
No. If you're sitting down eating toast and having your coffee, the sun was already where it was when you put the bread in the toaster.
Yes.
I think
but the universe has expanded since then.
Did you see it, Terry?
No, is it? Wait a minute, I'll just turn the panel off for a minute.
Welcome back, everyone, to
Comes and goes.
There we go.
Can you tell me what it means?
Okay.
Can you tell me I was only 19 or 30?
Oh, talkie toaster.
Okay, so that's 2.
Well, hi everyone.
Would you like some waffles?
Whoops! You didn't hear that. Pretend you didn't
How
hear
about a
that.
toasted tea cake?
Pretend you didn't hear that.
Terry's a shield. Terry's a shield. Everyone, Terry's a shield. Quick, give him
Pretend you
PayPal.
didn't hear
Quick,
what? I
give
didn't
him,
hear
give
anything.
him Patreon. Quick, he needs subs. He needs views. Quick,
Yeah,
quick.
actually,
Quick,
you
quick, quick.
peanuts. You have to find out if you can get somebody to sub me because I only need a couple to go to hit 400.
Having mic and headphone issues just now sorting.
I need
that's
seven.
all right.
Need 7 subs, peanuts. Anyone you know?
7 subs.
I shield for you on Sci Strike tonight. Terry.
Yeah, I was there.
Oh,
And I
okay.
shelled in Marvel Girls last night.
I was on the panel, but I was
No.
too busy looking for stuff for me show tonight.
And you got a shill as well in on VTW that was actually done on Steve McRae's channel today.
Oh, okay.
So
It's not bloody worked. Where is everybody?
where is everyone?
I shelled it. Turquoise Laura put your link out. Everything.
By the way, Jared is actually looking for some people to jump into his Star Trek Picard show tomorrow.
Oh, I'm in.
Eastern.
Yeah,
I've been digging that show.
Just
3 episodes to watch.
Go and watch the last episode. If for people that want to know how to get into it,
Episode 5.
For people that want to know how to get into it, contact me. I'll sort you out. If you're in Jared's server, just go into the Quark's bar.
Quark's bar. Yep.
And click the
Google Drive link.
Yeah, click the pinned Google Drive link, and go watch episode 5, and it'll be all about that. Send Jared a DM or message him in the Quark in that chat area there.
3 episodes I've got to watch. I really need to catch up.
That's actually the best way to watch it, because one of the weeks just stopped cutting it.
No, I think I was under the same thinking. Just wait till it's all shown and then I'll watch it.
Because it's just so slow. It's just,
Well, how do you think someone who liked Discovery feels having to wait 2 years for season 3?
I like Discovery too.
Yeah,
I did too. I binge watched that in like 4 days.
Discovery is going to be 950 years in the future.
Okay.
So that's going to be an interesting bit, how it jumps back into the timeline.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
No,
yes, it is.
It's not a problem at all.
No, I said it's going to be an interesting bit when it jumps back into the timeline.
Well, it's a totally different timeline. It doesn't have to.
What do you mean it's a totally different timeline?
It's a totally different timeline.
No, it's canon.
Michael Burnham is not original to the Star Trek canon. Spock didn't have a sister.
That's correct.
No. She's not.
Oh, dude, I'm rooting for her too. Like, I want her to be a real girl too. I'm just saying, like, right now,
she is not his
ain't looking good for her.
biological sister.
It doesn't matter. She never existed.
She never existed. I know she's not his biological sister. She wasn't a person.
She's human.
No, but she wasn't. She didn't exist.
How do you know?
I know. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, how do you know that during certain things that Spock went through that she was wiped from his memory?
Hello, wonderful person.
And Sarek's and his mom's.
Because in the original series of Star Trek, you actually see images of Spock as a child speaking to his parents. And she's not there.
Also, that Klingon war didn't happen at that time. In that timeline,
it's a totally different timeline.
It's a different timeline.
Totally different. No, nothing to do with it.
Dora says poop-faced Klingons aren't in the canon either.
Poop-faced Klingons.
but here's the other thing too, because Discovery happened before Captain Pike, which is before James Kirk.
Yes.
Which is TOS.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
how can you guys have knowledge of the things that happened because you only know from Pike to Kirk?
They're from the future.
So can
they can make up whatever shit they want because it's a science fiction show.
So
and they can throw in characters whatever they want.
Yeah. But the thing is, Damoni, and hang on just a second here. Even in the original series, James T. Kirk went forward into time and saw an old captain sitting in a wheelchair. They actually connected all that back to the original series.
That was pretty neat. I mean, especially those like weird 60s scene cuts that they did.
Yeah, so they actually connected the whole lot of that back to the original series. It actually made sense in time. But this now with Jean-Luc, it's a totally different timeline. It's totally different. There's nothing that connects it to the original series.
yet.
Anything they can do is do something clever with 7 of 9.
I'd like to do something clever with
I'd like
7
to
of
do
9.
something clever. Yeah. Anyway,
Excuse me, I'm just going to go and have a moment.
It's been called cunning, if not clever.
Oh, Jerry Ryan.
How the years have been kind to her.
Yes.
I hate her.
She's blessed. She's blessed.
Why? Because she went for 7 years wearing those form-fitting suits in Voyager. Yes.
I didn't appreciate that series enough when it was on.
I did. I can remember staying up until 2:30 in the morning in Australia when it was.
Yay! Casual Spaceman's mic's not working. Awesome.
Oh,
Anyway,
what a shame.
It's actually casual space person.
I can remember waiting until 2:30 in the morning so I'd get the early release from America in Australia.
Yeah, because
That's not very nice, casual.
What did he say? Did he say something?
Oh, he said.
It's written in the eternal.
Hey! What have I told you about that language?
He said when he threw his microphone, it went far away.
Yeah.
I'm going to mute you. I'm going to mute you. I'm going to mute you, casual, if you keep that up.
And can someone?
His headphones were close,
and
and
can
his
someone
mic
help?
was far away.
Yeah, and can someone help him pick it up?
See you next Tuesday.
Well, Sheeple, how does it feel to be 35 for 10 minutes?
It's got kind of a new experience, to be honest.
Well, actually, it's probably no different to the last year.
No, it's not. It's
Did you get that second one, Terry?
I'm still getting them.
Yeah, I'll keep. Tell me when to stop.
Feels good. I compared this.
Second one.
Yeah.
Last year, this year.
First one.
This. Well, you got the.
This casual space person keeps interrupting the conversation.
How rude!
Now I've lost where I was up to. Wait a minute, I got that one.
Sheeples, when did you steal my pussycat and dress it up?
That one.
Notice I said cat.
I thought you'd like it.
It's my licorice.
Project, okay.
Is that the name of your cat?
Yeah.
Looks a bit like my bubble.
Copy.
Yeah, I saw this in a GIF, and it was even going ba 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 ba.
Oh, and by the way, yes, Star Trek Discovery is canon to the original series, and that is namely because CBS Studios says so. It is set in the prime timeline.
Say so all they want, but they can also kiss my pucker.
No.
Hang on. Are you saying CBS is right? Let's get this right. Are you saying CBS have got it right?
Are you white knighting for fucking CB? Swear jar.
I haven't finished the statement. Jeez, what are you, flatards? I get halfway through what I was saying, and you're like, "Oh, you're picking up the CBS? Oh, you white knight."
Hang on. So we're just doing exactly what you do when a flat earther makes a rash and wrong statement. Interrupt them in the middle of them and stop them before they go too far.
But it's this also statement here. It is also set in the prime timeline as are Star Trek, TNT, TOS, TNG, DS9, and Voyager.
It can't be. It's not.
Casual, go and fix your microphone so you can talk.
You just word saladed that whole.
So they can mute you.
He really did.
I think we binge watched too many videos the other night. Now I haven't got many to
Star Trek Discovery finale fixes original series canon in the most hardcore way.
Unless of course you're a true Star Trek fan and you think that it was all an absolute abortion.
Well, then obviously you're not a true Star Trek fan, because a true Star Trek fan will love all Star Trek, even if it was shit.
No.
No, because look at Star Wars fans.
Yeah, even the animated series.
Excuse me. Well, there you go. Look at the Star Trek look at the Star Wars fans. How many Star Wars fans had a big sook about the last Star Wars movie?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
But they still went and watched it.
Yeah, so that they could sook about it.
Yeah, but they still
So-
sook about it. But hang on. There's a lot of people
I
that sook
enjoyed them
about
while I was
episode
watching
1,
them.
and now that it's 20 years down the track, they're like, yeah, it was okay. Right? So in another 20 years, they're going to be like, oh, yeah, apart from Jar Jar, it was actually a really good film. Anyway.
Sometimes demonic.
Fight you,
Sometimes demonic.
I like Jar Jar.
I'll just say this. Sometimes you're right.
Breaks my heart.
Unfortunately, this time is not one of them.
Breaking my heart.
Breaking was cool.
You ripped it right out of my chest with those words. Oh, I'm having a
But I love
PTSD flashback.
Jar Jar. I like Jar Jar.
I need my security dog.
I'm not sure which is worse, Jar Jar or the bloody Ewoks.
No, I don't
Jar
like them.
Jar.
I like Jar Jar.
I wonder if
I love
Casual's
Jar
going to
Jar.
come back.
Ewoks at least were cute.
Casual, come back, come back.
We miss you.
But if Subaretz was a Star Wars character, would he be Jar Jar?
Oh no, I'd hope he'd be Greedo. He's the one that Han Solo shoots at the beginning of the movie. Like, I want him to be like that. Yeah.
And hand shot first.
Yeah, hand shot first. Yeah. George Lucas should not be ever allowed to be around one of his movies ever again.
Yeah.
Nor Spielberg.
Yeah, that's what I find funny when he signs over. He signs over intellectual property to someone, yet he's still got his name on the film.
He's like the Donald Trump of movies. He doesn't actually make movies; he just puts his name on them.
Yeah. We'll have to get a Spielbergo.
That South Park episode where they have all the walkie-talkies instead of guns. That's the funniest thing I've ever seen. Because they really did ruin my childhood with Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. I mean, they just pooped all over my childhood. Just pooped everywhere, all over it. E.T. Why?
And that's what really sucks. I saw Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade in the cinema. That film was funny, exciting, and it was just a good all-round film to end out the series. And then, oh no, we better bring it back to put a 70-year-old man being dragged along by a jeep.
Well, it's kind of hypocritical to say, considering Sean Connery was probably 70 when he made that movie. But no, I mean, I get what you're saying. It was just a terrible movie. It was just a shit movie. And you know, I mean, I over nostalgize the Temple of Doom, which arguably was the weakest of the original three.
Kalima.
Yeah, makes up for Kate Capshaw's terrible performance in that film.
Say Temple of Doom, you just see the guy hanging from the rope, you know, on the rope. Sorry, the rope bridge that's been cut and has fallen. The guy just doesn't die.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Dropping them into the. It makes no sense though, like, because he drops a couple of the stones into the water, and then he brings all the stones back to the village. Makes no sense. Because he goes, "Thank you for returning the stones."
He only had to bring one stone back to the village.
But didn't he bring back more than one?
He had 3 and dropped 2 in the water, brought back one stone to the village.
Yeah, I thought they said at the end, "Thank you for bringing the stones back."
No.
No, okay.
Go watch
They weren't native. They weren't native English speakers, man.
I think you've got the Mandela effect, sheeple.
Oh shit! My first one.
Turn 35 and Mandela just kicked in. Jeez.
Yeah.
You know, when you get to our age, you'll get used to it.
The first time I encountered that, I literally called my mother and asked her how she remembered it being spelled. And we had this little conversation where in her mind, she remembered thinking to herself that, you know, it was spelled one way and pronounced the other. And both of us had the same memory. So I'm just saying it's weird that everybody remembers Berenstain Bears the way they do. It's like some kind of weird mental block or something. Like you just don't want to read it the way you see it.
Well,
I don't know.
I do have a sort of a Mandela effect of the Berenstain Bears because I used to get them mixed up with the Hair Bear bunch.
I don't remember the Hair Bear bunch. Sorry. I was more of a Gummy Bears kind of guy, personally. I'm not judging. I just, the cartoon Gummy Bears, just something about that jingle.
Sure it wasn't the Care Bears?
No. That was my younger brothers were into the Care Bears.
But you only knew that because you watched it with them.
Well, yeah. I mean, I babysat them a lot, so yeah. We had a 6-hour long.
Oh, that threw a spanner in the works.
Sorry.
I got to change the number now.
No, it's all right. Just put it at the end. just go with whatever you're doing at the moment.
I've already got that one.
Have you? All right,
yeah,
cool.
we did that one last night.
I know we did, but
it
doesn't hurt to do it again.
What's the best Indiana Jones?
Raiders
of the Lost Ark.
Indiana Jones.
All right,
yes,
Raiders.
Throw that one in at the end.
In my opinion, Raiders.
Anyone
Raiders,
count the votes? Because
then,
I'm over here doing
then the
something.
third one.
Sorry, I'm looking for.
I thought we had enough.
Yeah. Okay. 7, 3, number 3.
3 threes.
3. So there's another 3
Oh,
times
we got
5.
3 threes, did we?
Smaller than
yeah.
Did you read my disclaimer when I first put it out?
Pick a vid between 1 and 9.
Dora's trying to be clever. 3 is greater than X. That's less than 5.
Everyone's playing the game fairly by the look of it so far.
Yeah. Well, I'll give you that for creativity.
And seeing if they can they'll find a loophole.
Well, it's really looking like a 3 at the moment, Terry.
3.
Oh.
No, I haven't seen definite 3s.
What's the square root of 3 cubed?
Mippet said 3. Doorknob had 7.
Oh, and he's changed his mind.
That's the only 2 numbers I can see.
Come on, Pips.
I've only got a 7 and a 3 that are definite votes.
Come on. Cube root of 256.
I don't know. Brainy put 1 minus 2. So.
Sorry, time is linear. Only goes in one direction. Thank you.
What is 24 something 6 equals?
Divided by 6. Oh, cool.
But time is always the independent variable.
Yeah, but also so I was making a second observation.
But I can look into the past.
What?
3 shall be the number of the counting, and the number of the counting shall be 3.
Yeah. I just watched a video saying that I can look into the past.
Brainy? What on earth?
What,
can anyone read math?
Over 2?
If I can't do it on one hand because the other hand's busy, we won't talk about that. It's not worth doing.
Hang on, let me see. Let me have a look. Who's doing math?
It's got to be done on one hand.
D4.
Yeah. Hang on, I might be able to do it with no hands.
There's not enough brackets, and I only math in miles.
I think I've seen a little bit of it.
I can't even see the equation.
4 shout that not count, and neither
Brainy,
count
that's
three.
terrible math.
It is, because it's not even the right answer.
No.
Told you it's the cube root of 256. That's the one you want.
Yeah, but it's the fact that so you've got 5 times 2, right?
Yes, which is 10.
Yep. Okay.
Blue
-1.
would say the square root
9.
of fuck all.
Yep.
Yep.
Divided by 2.
4.5.
5.
I know.
There you go. Because bod mass is what blew you out the water there, Brainery.
Bod mass.
You know, if you didn't have the secondary bracket, you would have probably been right.
Yes, we had to do everything in the bracket, then everything in the bracket.
You got to do the brackets first. So it's the
multiplication.
brackets of multiplication, division, addition, and subtraction. Now
And fries. Doorknob wants fries with his order of operations.
Can I have fries with my order of operations? Yes, of course you can.
You have to do everything in the brackets.
Would you
before
like an
do
apple
everything
pie with
outside.
tonight's meal?
Ding, fries are done. Ding, fries are done. Would you like an apple pie with that?
Oh, thank God someone got it.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Oh.
Sounded like
Look
South
for the
Park.
Peter Griffin ding, fries are done
Yeah.
song. It's really funny.
See, Brainery's picking on us now because you said it's
fractions.
4.5.
So, do we come up with a number?
No.
Yeah, 4.5.
Because none of the peanuts know how to vote.
Can I vote, Terry? We'll make it quicker.
No, panels are not allowed to vote.
Panel can't vote.
I gotta go. I'll be back in a sec.
That's cheating.
Don't let him back in.
Terry, you should time him out as soon as he votes. Oh, Terry, I think you should just enact planned benevolent dictatorship, and you decide. Since you're peanuts.
Has any of the buggers voted yet?
Has anyone actually
We've had a
voted?
couple of 3s. That's about it.
How
How did 3 win, Mippet? I didn't see 3. A definite 3.
What I like is that these people are voting on
3
party lines they can't even see.
I see 7-3, and then they're the only 2 numbers that I actually see.
There's another 3, Terry.
Oh, that empty bottle. Somebody timed that
Doris
empty
said she
bottle
voted
out.
for.
Well, there's still only 2 3s.
Grey people don't count.
Wait a minute.
Davros timed
Yes.
Davros has already
Gray
done.
lives don't matter.
Yeah.
I heard it clang as I threw it out.
A spannerless being cannot vote.
And since when can you make up rules?
And the
Since
panel
my
can't
birthday.
Oh, you need a birthday present or a hug?
No.
A medal? Or a
No.
chest to pin it on?
Well,
Just
we've got a
a memory.
Flurpies out there.
Just to remind
That's 3.
you. Just a memory.
So is that 3 3s?
Terry gave it me.
Oh, wait a minute, the 3 got timed out. Where's that other 3 gone?
Oh!
I
That was empty bottle.
I can't count a 3 that if the 3's not there.
No. Demonic removed one of the votes, Terry, you see.
Oh, I can't
No,
do it. Like,
because-
it doesn't count now because it's been removed.
Brainy
Oh,
says
no.
33.
Cheater, pumpkin.
Was 33 an option between 0
Well, we've
and
got
9?
7 or 3. So 7 could win or 3 could win.
Can we have 7 of 9?
No, you can't.
Hmm.
Bandy the
3.1.
Glober.
Oh, is that how it works,
Just for 10
is it?
minutes, that'll do me.
Oh,
I knew he'd come around.
hey.
Mm.
It's all different. The rules don't apply to him, do they?
To what, Bandy?
Oh, you know exactly what I'm on about, Demonic.
I'm not.
Don't have
listening-
rules for yourself and different ones for others. That's all I'm saying.
I'm not listening to Flurpies. I'm not listening to Bandy
Do
the
as I say,
Glober.
not as I do.
Yeah.
You
that's
should
it.
listen
Yeah,
to the
do as I
Flurpies.
say, not do as I do.
How hypocritical of you, Demonic.
3.5.
Hypocritical of me. You say.
Flurpies
Yes.
was very polite.
Yes.
I think they just like playing math games, Terry. They don't
I
actually
know.
roll.
724.
Just tell them that, they're all going to get timed out if they don't choose. That'll hurry it up.
No, I've been a bit more lenient tonight. I'm just going to take their spanner off
And let the
them.
vultures.
Let the vultures at them.
Yeah.
Pay me vape juice. What? $3 for vape juice?
PayPal me vape juice.
Mippet, you
Oh, there we go.
We got
Unicuck in the chat. So
we got
he
a
wants
7. We got Dora said 7. Didn't Dora vote before?
She did. She was timed out for it though.
What did Dora say?
No, not this vote.
Doorknob had 7, Mippet 3.
minute.
Doorknob had 3 was my first choice.
Yeah,
So it's 2 and 2.
Doorknob was 7. Mippet was 3. Then if I scroll down,
Flappies is 3.
I don't get a. Flappies is a 3.
Okay, this
And
Bambi
a
the
7.
Glober.
And Bandy the Globe 3. So I think 3 might win.
I don't know.
Okay. Looks like 3 could
3
win.
3.1 can be rounded down, but it's still Bandy the Glober, so I don't know.
Yeah, I think there's 3 3s.
If 3 is a truck, what? Adam L.
Mippet 3.
Yeah.
Floppies 3. And Bandy the Globe 3. There we go, 3 wins.
Alright, Bandy the Glober, no. Adam L. Yes.
Oh, we got there in the end then.
Oh, finally. You think we got all night or something?
I've had coffee and made a phone call, for God's sake. Hurry up.
1, 2, 3. What's 3? Oh, that's number
3. Press play.
Yeah, well, I've got to click that, then I've got to click that, and then I've got to click that.
So
Hello, it's Scott Manley here. It's been over 20 years since the International Space Station began construction and almost 10 years since it was completed. It has been a massive international project to build the components and assemble them in space, and now they are looking to add commercial sections to the space station. And less than a month ago, NASA signed a deal with a company called Axiom Space to start building out a new commercial extension to the space station. Now, this stems from a 2016 request by NASA to look at commercial options, followed by a government mandate to do this. Last year, they published prices for using ISS facilities, and now there is this deal to add new sections. It was thought that there were 2 companies in the running for this, one of whom was Bigelow Aerospace, who of course built the Bigelow Expandable Activity Module. That's a spherical module on the left side of the station there. But I suspect that Axiom won because the contractors they're working with are the people who built the space station already. Many of the executives at the company have strong links to the ISS program already, including Charles Bolden, who is a consultant that works for the organization. So according to the plan, Axiom will be sending some missions to the space station soon, and in 2024 is when they plan to start launching the 3 new modules that they will be attaching. The first node is AXN1, that's Axiom Node 1. That's attached to the common berthing adapter on the front of Node 2 on the existing space station. To do this, they have to remove the pressurized mating adapter on the front. That's the docking adapter that's going to be used by crewed vehicles such as Starliner or Dragon. For those of you unfamiliar with how the space station is bolted together, there are pressurized mating adapters for docking, which themselves have the international docking adapters on the outside, but most of the US side of the station are docked together using the common berthing mechanism. And this has been used for things like the Dragon cargo spacecraft as well. Anyway, point is we don't know where that pressurized mating adapter is going to end up. So the Node 1 launch also includes the observation cupola, which is removed and moved to the nadir port of their Node 1. The next launch brings up the habitation module, AAXH1. No, it is not some sort of flu virus. It does offer some fantastic accommodations for visiting astronauts. These are proper little cabins like you might find in a capsule hotel, designed by Philippe Stark, no relation to Tony. They give you everything you could want as a resident of a space station, a nice big view and a little television, which looks like an iPad, which I suspect is what they might be. And look, it's very clear that when they say astronauts, they're also saying space tourists, especially the observation deck. It is way beyond what we've seen in the European design cupola. This offers amazing views, and yes, wow, I hope it is worth the price of admission, because that is frankly
Now
spectacular.
you shall see the power of a
The final
fully
module
operational-
is the Research and Manufacturing Facility, AXRMF, and that's supposed to provide, of course, microgravity capabilities so you can do your research, possibly manufacture things. Certainly, people have talked about space manufacturing for a long time, but there are barriers to you because it's so darn expensive to put stuff in space. But that being said, there is good research coming out of the space station, and having more space to do research is always good. The final component is the power and thermal control module. Up to this point, all the modules have been getting their power and thermal management from the rest of the International Space Station. But adding this allows them to extend out the tower and get their own power capabilities. And this is going to be important for the next part of this plan. So yeah, this thing folds up, creates a nice big tower that is kept far away from the panels on the space station. It's also worth noting that this will also contain the airlock for people that need to do EVA. Now, at this point, the animation continues because one of the things they demonstrate is removing modules from the existing space station. This is the Leonardo module, which was originally a fancy cargo container which flew inside the space shuttle's payload bay. This and other modules could become part of the Axiom segment. And then a decade from now, when the International Space Station has lived beyond its usefulness and no one wants to maintain it, the Axiom station can disconnect and become its own entity. And that's one of the ultimate goals, to have a purely commercial station operating in low Earth orbit, transition slowly away from the International Space Station. It's argued that we've spent so much time in low Earth orbit, we've learned so much, that it is now well within the grasp of a commercial organization to entirely run their own space program for profit. Meanwhile, of course, the government's role is to continue to push higher and further to do those things that are unprofitable, and of course to subcontract and use the facilities on these commercial systems, just like the government is currently using commercial launch providers to supply the space station. Now, as for launch providers, looking at the modules, these two modules on the left are supposed to be about 11 meters long, so when you include the observation module on Node 1, that actually makes it too long for the standard Falcon 9 fairing, although SpaceX has talked about a long fairing. I've never seen one actually built or manifested, but in theory, in terms of mass, this will fit on Atlas V, Vulcan, it'll fit on Ariane as well, and of course the Falcon 9. In terms of payload mass, that's not the problem. The only question is the fairing size for the first couple of launches. The pressure vessels are all going to be built by Thales Alenia, who of course build the pressure vessels for the Leonardo modules, for Cygnus, for the European ATV. So they've got a lot of experience that is still current in terms of building out aluminium pressure housings. All of the modules, when launched, are spacecraft in their own right. They all have propulsion, they have attitude control, they have the ability to fly and rendezvous with the space station where they can be assembled. So they just need a launch vehicle. They don't need something like the space shuttle, which was of course required to assemble large parts of the space station. And in terms of crew and cargo transportation, I believe that node on the front there is supposed to be an international docking adapter so that a Dragon 2 or a Starliner can fly carrying astronauts and or cargo. And while we like to talk about industry and research in space, I do honestly think there is going to be a significant market for space tourism, and they've definitely designed their station with that in mind, with the habitation module having lots of big windows and this absolutely spectacular viewing gallery here. I do kind of like the opening or the protective plates mechanism for this, but that just would be absolutely fabulous. But this isn't going to happen right away. It's going to be 2024 before the first module goes up, 2028 by the time it's ready to unhook, and I suspect it will remain attached to the ISS as long as there is funding for the ISS, because it's better to stick together in space. It will be required to stay at the same orbital inclination as the International Space Station, which does mean a small penalty of about 5 to 10% on the payload that can be delivered, as opposed to a 28.5 degree orbit. And of course, there is the question of funding. I'm not really clear how much money is coming from NASA and how much is supposed to come from private investors. I'm not sure how much money they've actually raised. But look, in terms of private space station projects, this is definitely one of the best planned and best designed. I don't think there's any question as to the technical feasibility of what they've designed and what they're working on, and they do have the buy-in of NASA, so that is critical. So I'm hoping this private space station is successful, and I hope it's just the first of many. I'm Scott Manley. Fly safe.
Okay, so when are we booking our ticket?
When's the Space Hotel meant to be
next
going
week?
2030.
2030. Okay.
And that's the number I've been hearing.
Jeez, you guys and your
How
arbitrary
much do we
numbers.
reckon it's going to be?
$5.
Yeah, well.
Sheeple, have you got your camera charged?
Enough to turn on, yeah. What's up?
Go put it on charge. You've got about an hour before the ISS is going to give you a really nice pass on your western side of New Zealand.
Interesting.
About an hour to go, and it goes over the top of almost over the top in between, well, almost over the top of Plymouth, up towards Hamilton on that 45-degree angle. So just west of Rotorua, but east of Hamilton. So just south of Auckland southeast of Auckland type of thing. But it travels right up the western side of New Zealand.
So it misses Australia altogether.
No.
Bottom of Tasmania.
Bottom of Tasmania, this one, Terry, and then right over the top of Tasmania, the next one. So in 2 hours' time, we get a good pass. You'd almost be able to see it if you looked out.
I don't know if I got cloud.
Your southeasterly direction, you'd almost be able to see it in about 2 hours or 3 hours' time.
No, I might have cloud, I think.
Got quiet.
Yeah, I was just.
Yeah, we need Alan. We need Alan with the cricket.
Yeah, I haven't.
Are they voting out there?
Not yet. I'm just about to put the numbers up to start voting.
It actually comes past me.
What have we got left?
Yeah, it's really close to you.
Yeah, it'll come past me and then on its way up to Auckland. So.
Yeah, so
cool.
The only reason I was telling you, because if you don't have any cloud right now, you'll get some really nice pictures with your camera.
Yeah.
And you only have to wait. You only have to wait an extra hour.
Yeah, no.
There we go. Give me time to roll a couple of cigarettes while they vote. Oh, we've got casual space person back again. Will he have a mic? Drum roll.
Mic check.
Hey. No, can't hear you.
Try again.
Try again.
Stop spitting in your mic. That might be the problem.
Casual, if your mic doesn't work, I'll mute you.
How are you, Casual?
Hey, Casual. Can we hear you?
Yeah, but you still got the death. You still got the death.
Casual. Earth calling Casual.
No.
I think it just farted
You
it
broke.
out of existence again.
What did you do,
Nope,
Casual?
still not working.
No, still not working properly.
Wait for a second and then give it another go.
Did you try turning it off and back on again?
Oh,
noise.
Crackle, crackle.
He must have been debating a surf and then threw it against the wall.
What have you
or something.
done, Casual?
Yeah, hit that kick.
How are you supposed to do any streams if your mic doesn't work?
Ooh.
Jeez.
Houston.
Casual spaceman from deep space.
Houston.
Houston,
we have a problem.
They didn't have this problem when they first transmitted from the moon.
We're highly compromised.
That's one small step for man, one giant broken mic lead for casual spaceman.
Does sound like something's broken loose. Something.
That sounds like you need to try a different mic.
There's something on the wing.
There's Klingons on the starboard bow.
We don't have wings. We don't have wings.
Klingons on the starboard bow.
I'm just hallucinating. Coming over.
Casual, tap once for yes and twice for no.
Morse code.
Are you all right?
Might use smoke signals, Casual.
Out there.
Oh, squeaky door.
Oh, that's the door.
Haunted house.
That's my bedroom door. That was weird.
Casual, go into Discord and see if it's working in there. If it doesn't work in there, you know you got a problem.
Sorry, that just reminded me of the scary door. The Simpsons.
My room's haunted. Help.
Try adding water to it.
Ground controls a casual man.
Oh, jeez.
Come in, I'll read you.
I can
Oh my
hear his
god, he's been
computer.
abducted.
I can hear his computer, but I think he's being probed by an alien.
Exactly. Check your lawn for crop circles, casual.
Yeah.
I always do.
Anyway, back to voting. Where were we?
Oh, what number are we looking for now?
I don't know what number. I don't know. I have to scroll back up to what I posted.
60-11. Between 0 and 9. And we've got.
I can't see one definite number as a vote.
There's a 2. There's a 2.
We got a 2.
Bugger all, basically.
Yeah.
Oh, losings.
I just like to see definite numbers, like just your name and
Yeah,
the
just
number
put a
next
number
to
in.
it.
Stop being,
Don't
being idiots.
Don't
Not
add any other
4.
words to it. Just put the number there.
not 4.
Okay, so we can make his vote whatever we want because it's not 4. As long as it's not 4.
Oh dear.
What can we win? Brainy wants to know what can you win.
Well, if you pop enough balloons, you'll get a fluffy toy.
Exactly. Knock enough pins down. You'll also.
A casual space person, your circuit dead. Can you hear me?
Can you hear us, Major Tom?
That's the problem. He can hear us, but he can't talk back.
Okay, let me see
Well,
if I
that's
can
good.
contact.
We can say
Let me
anything
see
we
if
want
I
then.
can
Wait a minute,
communicate with
he's
him,
posted
Terry.
in the
Hold on.
internal. What's he got? He can still type by the look of it.
Let me
No, it's
see if I
still
can
not
talk to him.
working properly. I think it's an issue with my sound on my motherboard. As it's this if I keep plugging it in and unplugging it again. I'm not even touching the cable or the mic at all.
It's broken
Oh.
cable.
Oh, bugger. Didn't you just get your PC fixed?
It's got a broken cable.
Oh, it could be worse than that actually.
Could be on the computer, yeah.
If he's got it plugged into the onboard sound card, it kind of it's having that it's sounding a bit like one of his plugs have become loose. The solder's like detaching on him.
Oh,
He might have to plug. He might have to plug an extra sound card onto it.
Well, that would explain that would explain that really charged noise.
Yeah, the lot of staticky sound that was coming through.
You might have to come in on a telephone, Casual.
You used to call me on my cell phone.
I've got a spare iPad you can have if you need it. I'll just chuck it over.
Oh, we got a 7.
Yeah, I agree with Peter. I think that's what it is.
Bacon God, they and them, before you come in here, vote, because panel members can't vote.
Don't make me come in there, Terry.
Vote first, then come in.
Ooh.
Got a threat or a promise?
Any number, just one to 8. Just do 1 or 8.
That's
or
6
something in between.
exclamation marks, Terry. I think he's voting 6.
Well, see, Jimmy said 7, so I'll class Jimmy's 7. Yeah, you promised you'd be able to come on the chat soon, Jimmy. For some reason, you said you had to fix something up first.
7. C4 said 7. That's a definite 7, Terry.
Yeah, I said Jimmy. Yeah, Jimmy's C4's Jimmy. I know him.
That's Mr. Callanan to you. Hi, C4.
Up, Stalker, brother.
Mm-hmm.
What's Chemo doing now?
What? Where?
What?
When? Who? What?
Chemo.
Oh, Brainy said something is Swedish for 7. Mippet said 7. Okay, the 7 wins.
Good
Where's
enough.
Mimo?
7's the winner.
Where's Mimo?
Oh,
In a
26
come from
versus
behind yet landslide victory.
That 7 wins. And now I've got to count 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I like pushing
Okay,
buttons.
that's interesting. You picked number 7, and I didn't move them around. I didn't shuffle the tabs.
Sure.
How do you add reactions to this?
Brenda's beaver needs a barber.
Oh dear.
Brenda has a beaver, and she's ready to confess. As soft and sweet as it may be, her beaver is a mess. Brenda's beaver's big. Brenda's beaver's hairy. Every guy who's seen it says that Brenda's beaver's scary. Brenda took her beaver for a swim down at the lake. By the looks that she received, she figured that was a mistake. She stuffed that furry mound into a swimming suit. It stuck out all around. It was anything but cute.
It's Team Skeptic.
Some who saw it laughed. Others were just stunned. Brenda's beaver was hanging out, soaking up the sun. Her friends could not believe her. They said, "We need to talk." They covered up her beaver and they took her for a walk. Brenda dear, listen here. We want to help you out. Your beaver needs a makeover. It really needs it now. I hope we don't seem pushy, said her biker friend named Kim. Your beaver is too bushy. We just think it needs a trim.
Come on,
pulling her
Pippin.
beaver back
Straight face.
to show off what she'd done. Hers has a nice long landing patch. It looks like it'd be fun. Grissy's beaver is quite rare. It could be worth $1 million. Hers is bare. It has no hair. Her beaver is Brazilian. Oh, dear. Catherine let her beaver loose. She said, "There's nothing to it. Grab some clippers and a can of mousse. We'll show you how to do it." Kim produced some scissors, and Chrissy had some wax. Now all that Brenda had to do was sit back and relax. As they came towards her beaver, they said, "Now don't be scared." Oh, sorry. "We're going to see what's underneath that frumpy pile of hair." It ended in just minutes. They didn't leave her much. When Brenda's friends were finished, she and her beaver blushed. Her beaver was so tiny they could not believe their eyes. It was smooth and it was shiny. It was hard to recognize. Now Brenda is so proud, it seems like every time we see her, she's in the center of a crowd, just showing off her beaver.
Brilliant.
Oh
Absolutely
God, I made
brilliant.
myself laugh there.
Oh damn, Jim. Oh, that was worth every cramp,
That must have been
every
the best.
muscle
That
cramp
must have
that I
been the
just
best
got.
take you could do with the less amount of laughter that you could.
Well, that was the second take because I did it the first time with more laughter,
Yeah.
but no mic.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
We're gonna have to find you more
Oh.
books, aren't we, Pip?
I hope they're
Yeah,
not
I've
reading
got a
these
couple
books
more
to
to do.
children.
Actually,
They don't.
Pip, Pip, I recommend a couple of books that I read back when I was in primary school. One of them's called Far Out Brussels Sprout.
Okay.
Yeah, not dirty though.
No, it's a kid's book, but it's plays
could
on
be
nursery
dirty.
rhyme. Well, you could make it dirty, but it plays on nursery rhymes and changes them around. It's got one that goes, Mary, Mary, quite contrary, how does your garden grow? And all she says is, oh, stupid. But that's what it does. So it starts off with the original couple of lines and then just ad-libs something and totally
Yeah, that sounds
demolishes
quite
it.
good.
But
Like a
look it up.
cleaner Andrew Dice Clay.
I'm
Well,
looking up. What
no.
did you call it again?
Far Out Brussels Sprout. There's actually a couple of books.
So there's Far Out Brussels Sprout, Unreal Banana Peel, All Right Vegemite.
Yep. And all they are is basically childhood nursery rhymes that have been debauched.
Okay.
And you could probably rework some of them to be more potent.
They're not as good as the other books that you've done so far, though.
Okay.
No, because there's
I'll
actually
leave them until I run out of stuff.
there's actual books that are actually made for this to have this.
Yeah.
Casual
I
said he's
just don't
going
know
to be
if
a
there's.
peanut today.
Hang on, that's what he does every day.
Oh, 5 wins.
So Pip.
Mm-hmm.
You can either take the Monix suggestion, or I've got a fistful of suggestions that I can give you. The first one that I'd really like you to read would be, Do You Want to Play With My Balls?
Got it on the list.
Right. Dirty Bumble and the Clean Bean.
Oh no, I don't have that one. All right. You need to write them all down for me so I can
Oh, jeez.
look later. I'll do it in Discord later.
Oh, yeah, okay.
5 is the winner.
Come on, Mippet, don't rush me.
Press play, please.
Nag, nag, nag.
Happy
Voting's
with the
finished,
5.
Casual.
There's another really good one that you'll probably have trouble reading.
Oh God, right.
So you've got a fat pussy.
These can't be children's books.
Yeah.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are. Well, there's always there's another really funny one. It's called Who Wants to Toss My Salad?
I found what's the other one? I found Who Wants to Come Swing With Us. Definitely not a children's book.
Far out.
What about Why Is Mummy Moaning?
Oh dear.
If you just type in that lovely phrase, dirty kids books, you will get a list of them. There's so many of them out there now.
Okay.
Oh, I don't think that's a real one.
Right.
Try to bring up the list I've got to do. The one with the balls. Kindle doesn't want to open. Put Tony's nuts in your mouth. Spank the monkey lends a hand.
and a smelly sprout. Okay.
There's big beats the big D. Was it? Or Horonto Humble beats the big D. Play.
Play. Play.
Play.
So like an odd episode of The Sopranos from an alternate dimension, one of the world's leading young Earth creationists has gone all thug life on us and is bragging about all the people that he's had whacked lately.
Let's see, we whacked Professor Dave Farina, who believes in evolution. Hopefully won't much longer. What? And Aaron Nelson, who calls himself the sun god.
And that's not all. Last week, he whacked this guy. And by the way, get ready for one of the lamest jokes I've ever done. I'm really sorry. Even as I'm filming it, I just couldn't resist.
Last week we did a guy named Stated Clearly. Somebody told me his name. I forget now. I should have put that in here.
But how can you forget his name when it was stated clearly?
Baldy, you're a dickhead, man.
Now this week it was my turn to get whacked, which is absolutely fine. It gives me a chance to make this response video, and it also gives me a chance to educate Kent Hovind a little bit on why he is wrong about what he claims is the inaccuracy of radiometric dating techniques. You see, Kent Hovind is a young Earth creationist, and he believes that the Earth can only be 6,000 years old, so therefore all radiometric dating techniques must be flawed. Now before we go any further and see how Kent attempted to have me whacked, please check out the link in the description where I will be facing Kent Hovind tomorrow night in a second debate. The link will take you to the live stream ready to start on a Marvel Girls channel. Anyway, let's crack on. How did he start? And that genuinely is how the video started. Even now I've no idea what that was about, but I've linked it in the description so you can see I'm not lying to you. Anyway, I think they finally figured out what the problem might be.
We're looking for one live brain cell.
And they found one. So now they were both back up to their full intellectual powers. They could continue.
Tonight's going to be Whack an Atheist. One of my favorite, Whack an Atheist Wednesday. But first, a song.
Yeah, and they did sing a song. Just perhaps not the one you were hoping for. Now, if you didn't get the reference I made before that clip, Kent Hovind is very annoyed at me because last time we debated, I wrote a song for him that highlighted all the things that he claimed he wasn't ready and wasn't prepared to discuss. And I think, just for one last time, it'd be rude not to. Let it play.
Housekeeping genes. I'm not prepared for that. The evolution theory. I'm not prepared for that. We have inserted DNA code from an ERV. I'm not prepared for that. Radiometric dating. I'm not prepared for that. You mentioned ring species. I'm not prepared for that.
You have to tell me why this is not proof of a closed system.
You must not have heard me, son. I said, I'm not prepared for that.
Brilliant, Kent. Well done.
Thank you, brother. That's awesome.
No worries, Kent. It was you, after all, who made the whole thing possible. Now, let's get back to Kent Hovind's live whacking of yours truly, as he's about to look at one of my videos and rip it apart live in front of his entire audience.
Let me play the first few minutes of his Conspiracy Cats video here, right here, and hit spacebar, right? And turn the volume up, okay?
So what could possibly go wrong? After all Kent Hovind has to do is hit the play button, and then when he wants to say something, hit the pause button and rip me apart. But what follows, I think, is the most comical 10 minutes of my life, where Kent Hovind somehow manages to turn his own microphone off and then get highly confused about why adverts are playing on my video. Despite me circling in red to help him, the skip ad button, Kent Hovind looks more confused than I think I've ever seen a man in my entire life. Oh, Kent. What did happen there?
I'm not prepared for that.
Now, as it transpired, Kent Hovind never actually got round to whacking me on that video. He spent about 10 minutes looking at random adverts and clips from my video with his own microphone turned off before abandoning the stream completely. It really was the highlight of my week, so please do follow the link in the description and check out what I mean. Now, you may have guessed that this video is really going to be an advert for tomorrow's debate on the Marvel Girls channel, the rematch with Kent Hovind. But before we have that rematch, I'm going to give Kent Hovind a little bit of a hand so he's not so totally unprepared this time. We are going to be talking about isochron dating. Now, Kent Hovind likes to claim that radiometric dating techniques don't work because samples can be contaminated and that affects the age that the rock will come back at. I'm going to be bringing to him isochron dating and how isochron dating proves that contamination either has or hasn't taken place. So Kent, listen hard. I'm doing you a favour here. Now let's imagine that this is the igneous rock that we're going to be dating using isochron dating. We can see inside this rock that we have rubidium-87 and strontium-86. Now rubidium-87 is a radioactive isotope of rubidium that will decay into strontium-87. Strontium-86 is perfectly stable and is not a product of rubidium decay. So now we can see that the decay has started and we can see that that first rubidium-87 atom has decayed into an atom of strontium-87. From here on in, I'm going to be measuring two ratios. I'm going to be measuring the ratio of the rubidium-87 to the strontium-86 and the strontium-87 to the strontium-86. So in other words, the ratio of the blue ones against the green ones and the ratio of the red ones against the green ones. Now, as we go through the decay, what you should be seeing is that both of those ratios are going to be changing at the same rate. It is the production of the strontium-87 from the rubidium-87 that is affecting both ratios at the same time, at the same rate. Now, the example we're seeing here is what we refer to as a closed system. In other words, we don't see rubidium or strontium leaving the rock or entering the rock. And because this is a closed system, the two ratios we've discussed must be changing at a rate that is proportional to each other. That's just common sense and basic maths. And the inevitability of that means that when we plot these two ratios on a graph, each of those circles representing different minerals inside the rock, we are going to have to get a straight line because it is a closed system. So now let's examine what we would see if it was not a closed system. And in this example, we're going to have strontium leaking into the rock to make the rock look younger. So hopefully this shows pretty clearly now that as the strontium is leaking into the rock, contaminating that sample, those two ratios are no longer changing at the same rate. They are no longer linked together because we now have another factor which is affecting one of those ratios, and that is the influx of strontium from the outside. In other words, this system is not closed, it is open. And the result of that is we will now no longer get this lovely straight graph. This will now become an impossibility. So isochron dating shows us exactly whether a rock has been a closed system or an open system. So there we go. I do hope that's helped prepare Kent Hovind a little bit more this time than he was last time, and I hope to see you all on the debate tomorrow night on a Marvel Girls channel. The link again is in the description. But for now,
Conspiracy Cats.
What?
Let's hear you defend your religion of why you believe kangaroos were in that initial dot of nothing that exploded.
That's right. Yeah, I forgot about that. You see, in our last debate, we started to talk about kangaroos and how all the kangaroos ended up in Australia if the Ark itself actually landed in Turkey. Now, Ken, understandably, couldn't give a proper answer to that. So he's since decided to totally strawman the argument and ignore the original question and instead start throwing the accusation that people like me believe that kangaroos existed inside the singularity that created the Big Bang. In fact, he even wrote a song about it.
All the kangaroos were in a dot. You believe the kangaroos came from the dot? Yeah. All the kangaroos were in a dot. The dot exploded. What happened to all the kangaroos? The dot exploded. What happened to all the kangaroos? The dot exploded.
Oh, Ken, give it a rest.
Conspiracy Cat.
What is it? What do you want to know?
What happened to all the kangaroos?
Oh, I didn't know you could whistle.
Yeah.
It was very good, really, yeah.
Thank you, brother.
So if you could sum up your performance in our last debate, what would you say?
Real dumb.
Hopefully I'll see you all tomorrow night for round 2. Links in the description.
That little birdie told me that that didn't happen.
No, it didn't happen.
Oh.
He couldn't hang on long enough, apparently.
See that first?
Marvel Girl get. It was a miscommunication. But he couldn't hang on half an hour, so they just all left. I think personally, he was just looking for an excuse. But that's my opinion.
He doesn't like debating cats anyway because things didn't go his way last time.
No.
What, he didn't turn up
But
at the
same
right
back
time,
place.
or?
No, they were waiting.
Marvel Girl had a few technical issues.
Oh, okay.
And because she had technical issues, she forgot to send the link over to Kent, and because she didn't send the link, he couldn't wait any longer than was it
half an hour?
Yeah, half an hour, 15 minutes, half an hour.
Oh.
Which fair enough, but
Give him a ring and let him know that I'm ready to go anytime.
But next Friday, same channel, same time.
Terry, that first panel that they showed, with all the icons down the bottom, that was the old panel that I used to be on. I knew all those people on the bottom of the panel there. That's crazy. Flashbacks.
But you woke up and welcome.
So, do they need to say another number?
Yeah, I'm just going to start the clock off.
Ooh. Nice one, Jimmy. See what Jimmy's posted? Go flying.
Okay, take care everyone, have a good day, and if anyone's going to be in Tampa, Florida in August, come watch me fly at L39 Fighter, it's going to be fun. Yeah, sure. Yeah, if I'm going past that way.
Yeah, can you pick me up on the way?
Yeah, okay.
August.
Oh, I meant Jimmy.
Bye, Jimmy.
It's in August. You could at least told us and give us some heads up.
Give us a bit of notice.
Exactly. Far out.
So, do you think Team Skeptic will get upset that Ken Haven can whistle better than him?
Boggs.
Oh no, not the fool.
Bye, Boggs.
Oh dear.
Goodbye, Boggs. Goodbye, Dora. Brainy 2, John 2, Mippet 2. 2 wins, Terry.
I've only got 2 twos so far.
John Stocks is number 2.
Yeah, and Brainery's 2.
And Mippet's is 2.
Mippet.
I'm not getting a Mippet on mine. Oh, it just came up. 2.
I'm from the future, Terry.
Oh. Well, that was quick. What have we got here for 2? That's 1. That's 2.
Bye, Cruel Josh. He's lost his spanner.
Bye, Cruel Chat. Hey, wait a minute. We got a double whammy here.
No one. If
Dora
no one
was
says who
deleted
timed her
by
out,
Mippet.
Oh,
okay.
you just told her.
Okay.
Just told her. If you didn't tell her, she would have been timed out. She would have known who done it because she no longer has the ability to see who times someone out. Gotcha, Dora. Hello, Jen's little corner.
Oh, Jen's little corner.
Yeah, Jen's little corner.
Can you fix Jen up, please, Terry?
Yeah, I fixed her. I spanned her.
Where's Dora gone? Does anyone know?
No, she's very quiet.
Yeah, very
I
quiet. Yeah.
think she went out for coffee or something.
Somebody better give the rules to Jen, otherwise she might. Next time when
Jen,
we vote.
Never vote for 4.
Yeah, you vote for 4, you'll get the repercussions are disastrous. Just waiting for that P word.
Play.
Presentation. Oh, play.
Please.
Well, I suppose there is a lot of P words.
Potential.
Perspective.
Perspective.
Procrastination.
I've got another one, but I might get in
Percolator.
trouble.
Procrastination.
Yeah, procrastination. That's
Don't
quite a good
you-
P word.
Proctology.
Don't you say pin for
I thought
thing.
you were going to say penis.
Aye.
Oh, Terry.
Terry, that would have been a dick move.
Ah. I knew I'd get a rise out of you.
Oh.
Play.
Oh, that's
Play.
good. I've not seen this one.
Well, hi everyone, and
Peter
greetings
hasn't
from
had a
London,
raise in
Michigan.
years, that's
This is
his
Bob the
problem.
Science Guy. Today we're going to combine 3 of my favorite topics for Friday Science. Obviously, science is one of them. The other is history, and the third is some of my debunking work. I'm going to go ahead and incorporate all 3 in this video. This is going to be the sinking of the Titanic and the Black Swan. Here we see some of the 700 survivors of the Titanic, which sank
Platypus.
early in the morning on April 15th, 1912. It struck an iceberg in its maiden voyage across the Atlantic at approximately 11:40 p.m. the evening of April 14th and sank about 90 minutes later. They were able to get 18 lifeboats off and save 700 people, but 1,517 people went down with that ship. The wreck was located in 1985, and many of us have seen pictures from the submersibles that are going down to it periodically. Now, this video is going to deal with the question of why did the Titanic, which was a brand new, state-of-the-art ocean liner, hit an iceberg on its maiden voyage from Southampton to New York? Now, in the first part of the video, I'm going to look at some of the myths that surround the Titanic and some of the suggested causes of the accident. Then we're going to have a look at the weather the night of the sinking and see whether or not meteorological conditions had something to do with it. So let's cue up the music and get into it. Had shoddy construction with poor steel and rivets. While they may not be up to modern standards, they were pretty good back in 1912. The other thing that's interesting about the construction of the Titanic was that it was on a cost-plus basis. In other words, the shipyard negotiated their profit, and then the company paid for all the materials. It didn't make any sense to skimp on materials because the profit was built into the contract. Now, another concern that's been brought up is the number of lifeboats. In 1912, the shipping lines and regulations considered the ship to be the primary lifeboat. Their attitude was that it was better to have a ship that had plenty of watertight compartments and was designed not to sink than to have a ship that easily sunk with lots of lifeboats. As a matter of fact, there's a report that Captain Smith, the night before the accident, said the ship could be cut transversely into 3 sections, and all 3 sections would float independently. Now, to meet this requirement, the Titanic had 16 watertight compartments, and it was designed in such a way that any 4 compartments could be breached, and the ship would remain afloat. As a result of this increased safety in its design, the licensure board let them get away with fewer lifeboats than they otherwise would have been required to have. Again, the idea was the ship itself was the primary lifeboat. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is the 2 lookouts in the crow's nest on the front mast. You weren't a boiler tender during the day and a lookout at night if it was your turn to have the duty. The lookouts were specifically trained and designated to just be lookouts. They were professionals. Now, there's been some talk about the lack of binoculars. At the time of the inquiry after the accident, a number of seafarers were polled on this, and it was determined that it was easier to sight ice with the naked eye than to use binoculars. Binoculars come with a limited field of view. Now, there are other concerns that were brought up at times, such as the dehydration of their cornea due to staring into the cold wind all night, but this is what they did for a living. I don't think that that was that much of a concern. Now, under normal conditions, if a lookout spotted a problem dead ahead of the ship would have approximately 20 minutes to maneuver around that obstacle. The Titanic, contrary to some reports, was actually quite a nimble ship and turned very nicely. The problem was, instead of seeing the iceberg 10 to 15 miles out, they saw it when it was less than 1 mile off the bow of the ship, and they did not have time to completely clear the iceberg, although they came pretty close. Unfortunately, their contact with the iceberg was a side-swipe motion, and as a result, the single hull was breached and 6 compartments were ruptured. In a side note, there is a report that there was a coal bunker fire on the side of the Titanic that struck the iceberg. The coal bunker fire had burned for at least a week prior to being extinguished at 2 p.m. on the Saturday. However, given the magnitude of the collision, the blow was fatal with or without the coal bunker fire, so it is probably not a contributing factor. What was a contributing factor may have been the weather, and that's the next part of this video. Now, to try and get a good handle on what happened the evening of the sinking of the Titanic, we have to answer 2 questions. Number 1, why did the lookouts not see the iceberg until it was within a mile of the bow of the ship? And 2, why did the Californian not respond to the distress signals of the Titanic less than 10 miles away? They were well within range to assist in the rescue of the passengers. The Titanic attempted to attract the attention of the Californian by using a Morris lamp and by firing off distress rockets, which went approximately 600 feet in the air. Yet the crew of the Californian did not respond. In fact, even though the Titanic was only 10 miles away and should have been clearly visible from the bridge of the Californian, they did not recognize it as the Titanic. They thought it was a much smaller ship sailing away from them. Now, how did that happen? This is a cargo ship in Norway or Sweden. Now, what's going on in this particular photograph is they're beginning to have this temperature inversion effect where they've got very cold water, warm air above it, and a cold layer of air just above the sea. As you can see, you can recognize this as a ship. However, that's the same ship. So is that. And so is that. As you can tell, these ships look very different, and this one actually looks pretty small compared to, say, that one. These are the kind of tricks that this sort of temperature inversion and superior mirage can set up to the lookouts in the Californian. This is another example of a temperature inversion causing one of these superior mirages. Now, if you look at this particular photograph, you would think that this is some small land masses with some cliffs behind it. However, look at the symmetry right along this line right here. You see how these areas look like they're mirror images of each other? The cursor is moving along the actual horizon. This is a false horizon due to refraction. The true horizon is actually down here. Now, here's the problem you can run into with this. As I said, this is approximately the level of the horizon. If you have an object sitting in the sea somewhere in this area, this false horizon that is well above it from the temperature inversion and the mirage may hide it. Now, with superior mirages, you can get things such as a fata morgana, which is inverted most of the time, as this is. You can get looming, where this land down in this area can appear to be higher up in this area. Another form of a fata morgana that you can run into is something called a fata brumosa. A fata brumosa is also called fairy fog, and it is an illusion where right at the horizon you can get some fuzziness and some brightness that looks like a fog bank that's not really there, but it makes the horizon very indistinct. You can't tell the difference between the sky and the sea. Now, this is during the day. Imagine trying to deal with this at night. Now, one of the problems that the lookouts on the Titanic noted was that as they were steaming along, they saw what appeared to be some mist on the horizon, 2 points off the bow on either side. So it was a very small patch of fog directly ahead of the ship. The captain and crew of the Californian had made note of the fact that evening it was very difficult to tell the difference between the sky and the sea, and the horizon was extremely indistinct. Now, to give you an idea of how bad this can be, here's a picture of two islands. There's a picture of the same two islands from the same location on a day with high refraction. The evening of the accident had weather conditions that produced this. It had very cold water, as I said, between 28 and 34 degrees, with warm air from the Gulf Stream right over it, and a layer of cold air just above the sea, setting up conditions for this superior mirage. Now, in the evening, you can see something that looks like this. It's called a feta bramosia. This is the indistinct horizon. Notice that it is brighter than the sea, and it's very fuzzy and indistinct in this area here. If there is an object sitting on the sea in front of this, with this in the background, you may not see that object until you're almost on top of it. Here's a graphical example of the same thing. The mirage is basically curling up the horizon in the background, and it can hide an object such as an iceberg right in front of it. Now, recently, we've seen these images, so let's have a quick look at them. I want to point out a couple of things. First of all, you see the very distinct horizon here? And look at the watercolor. You see how it's uniform? Now, we'll also turn our attention to these two oil rigs. Do you see this platform, or this walkway underneath the oil rig? And you see this flame boom coming out the side, relatively straight. That's clearly visible. Here's another oil rig off in the distance beyond the horizon. You see the flame boom is nice and straight, and you don't see the walkway or anything under here.
Where have I seen these oil rigs
Let's look at
before?
this image. Now, this image is interesting because you see
familiar.
the flame boom
turbine.
is very badly distorted
that's
over
right,
here.
the turbines, aren't they?
Same thing over
Turbines.
here. We see the walkway, but this looks like it's stretched a little bit. We're starting to see the walkway right at the horizon here. And the interesting thing about this is the bottom of this oil rig below that walkway rail right there is behind the water. Notice the different colors of water here. We have dark blue, we have very light blue, and then back in here we have a haze. And it's very difficult to tell the difference between the sky here, the water down here, and then this layer right here. We're dealing with the exact same effect, and that's this effect right here. So we have the dark water, we have the sky, and then we have this layer. We don't really know where the horizon is. It's somewhere in this
And now the
band
Globers are going to be arguing for the mirror
of
water
this
layer, bud.
indistinct and blurred thing that looks like a fog bank.
Oh, that's
coming
right, Bobs.
across
They're
the sea.
turbines, aren't they?
But it's definitely not sky and water coming together in here anywhere distinctly. Now, another problem that they had was routine procedures at the time indicated that if you had good visibility at night and sharp lookouts, you could proceed at high speed, even through ice fields, on the assumption that the lookouts would see the ice with at least 20 minutes of warning, and you'd have time to get out of the way. Now, the shipping routes between England and New York were very well laid out. They were very much like highways in the sea. Taking a ship like the Titanic was a routine event for many businessmen in Europe and the United States, some doing the trip once a month. It was viewed as kind of like riding a train. However, the problem that you ran into with the shipping routes is ice. Now, ice came from the coast of Greenland, mostly up in Baffin Bay and the Davis Strait on the west coast of Greenland. And then it flowed down, carried along by the Labrador Current, until it met the Gulf Stream down here. And you'll notice something very unique. You have very cold water coming down along the Labrador Current, carrying ice with it. And it doesn't intermingle well with the warm, salty water of the Gulf Stream. This sets up a rather unique weather condition. Now, the route the Titanic took from Europe to New York came pretty much opposite the Gulf Stream right here. In this area, on the night of April 14th, there was an Arctic high, and as a result, there was an extremely clear sky and very cold weather coming in. The Gulf Stream water is extremely warm. It was recorded at approximately 54 to 56 degrees. The Labrador Current water coming down was between 28 and 34 degrees. As a result, you had relatively warm air over the Gulf Stream coming over the Labrador Current, which was very, very cold water, setting up a layer of very cold air near the surface of the ocean. Now, when you have warm air over very cold, still water, it's very easy to get that layer of cold air just above the surface of the sea. However, did these conditions actually exist on the night of the sinking of the Titanic? Well, there's a couple of very good bits of evidence for that. First, British historian Tim Malton went back and checked all of the shipping logs for the ships that were in that area. As part of their routine shipboard activities, they would record the air temperature and the temperature of the sea every 4 hours and record it in the logbook. They would also make notes in the log of any abnormal conditions. Now, a ship that was very near where the Titanic was reported high refraction of the atmosphere throughout the day, and passengers and crew of the Titanic noted that there was a sudden temperature change as they were steaming along in the Gulf Stream and then entered the Labrador Current. For example, the ship's engineer noted that people were sunbathing the afternoon of the accident on the deck, and that evening, about 8 o'clock, they started having problems with fresh water lines freezing. So indeed, the conditions to set up mirages and high refraction were documented at the time of the accident. Now, one of the reasons the Californian couldn't see the Titanic's rockets and Morse light is the fact that due to the high refraction, they were getting a lot of twinkling in the stars, and this was noted in the logs of ships in the area, including the Californian. Imagine 100 times this number of stars, all twinkling and flashing in and out. How are you going to pick out a Morse light? Using good historical detective work, Tim Malton tracked down the logs and the weather conditions on the night of the sinking of the Titanic, and it has a viable answer as to why a professional lookout crew did not see an iceberg until it was within a mile of them, and why a ship less than 10 miles away didn't even recognize the Titanic, much less the fact that it was in distress. So, this is Bob the Science Guy signing out from Northern Michigan. Thank you very much for stopping by. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe down in the corner. I look forward to seeing you again soon. Take care.
Well, that's pretty cool. I've never heard any of that before.
No, very interesting.
Oh, we knew about atmospheric conditions that may have been on that night that it did it, but I didn't think how much of that related to the miraging and all that stuff. Yeah. Didn't think of it that way.
I'd always heard it'd been a dense fog, and that the captain was dumb for going that fast through it. But now it makes a little bit more plausible why he did it.
Yeah. Even the theory that I've heard, if they didn't see the iceberg in time to even turn, the ship would have even withstood the frontal impact of it, and it wouldn't have sunk. It actually wouldn't have sunk if it actually hit it head on. It would have been better off to have hit it head on than what it would have been to try to turn around it.
Yeah,
might have been
scraping
a lot
down the
more.
side made quite a wound in the hull.
Yeah,
didn't it?
there would have been a lot more injuries with people stopping suddenly, that type of thing, but the ship itself wouldn't have actually sunk.
Yeah.
Yeah, why build a boat
Yeah.
with more life rafts if it could sink? The theory of the boat itself is safer.
Yeah, well, I think I'm right in saying that after Titanic, they did start to implement, having more life rafts on board, lifeboats, and if you look at the modern cruise ships now, that are absolutely immense. If you've ever been either on board or just alongside one, you realise just how big they are. And then you look at the lifeboats down the side, and the lifeboats are almost like small ships in their own right. I hate to think how many people each one can carry.
I think it was not long after that they implemented the whole one seat on every life raft per person that's on the boat.
Yeah. So you're not faced with this women and children first, and then see what's left.
I've got one video here. It goes for 15 minutes. That's a bit long. Goes for 9. That one goes for 13. That one goes for 19. Oh. Got a few here that might run a little bit too long. We'll see how we go when we get picked. I'll leave them there. So watching the movies of the Titanic movies, I don't think they've brought that really into it. What they've seen, like in the weather, they don't remember even the last one they did.
No, I don't recall that.
You can't vote naught. It's between naught and...
It's 1 and 5. Except obviously...
That number, yeah, that number.
That number.
Yeah, that number, yeah. Don't vote for that number. But wait, I'm trying to count them. Anyone counting them? 1, 1, 1. Oh, 1, 1 and 1. I think 1, 1.
There you go. 3 ones. There you go.
1, 1. 1, 1. 1, 1.
Yep.
What have I got for 1?
Brainy Beaver.
1 was a racehorse.
Yeah. I don't
2
know.
was 2 was 1 2.
Yeah.
1 1 1 1 race. 2 1 1 2.
1 1 2. Yeah.
Another dose of internet ridiculous. For a nice breath of fresh air, we're going to look at a channel that for once at least believes space actually exists. For Planet Xers, it's not orbs of light on the dome, but in fact hidden planets lurking around every corner. Planet X News is one such channel that I've managed to come across. This guy spends his whole day making something out of nothing so he can relay it to his gullible subscriber base. When this guy looks through a telescope, I wonder what he sees. Does he see the same things as the rest of us?
Okay, Bernard from Blackrod said some of us are too scared to vote.
Come on, you gotta come see this.
What do I say?
Take a look. What?
Sorry?
What?
Worry about it. Nope, don't worry about it. All good.
The SETI section of cameras on the stereo spacecraft, they haven't been turned off, but the public access to these cameras has been turned off. Let's take a look at these bad boys. So I was just happened to be going through some data that is not available all the time. And this is a joint venture between the UK and the United States. Now, the UK gets this data, okay? They do have a website. And I've known about that website since 2016. And I used to use it daily. And I've made some spectacular captures. But even their data is sparse now. And I think they know that, you know, what happened in 2017. Yeah. That really broke things wide open.
The lies start right away with this one. I mean, it claims that the images cannot be found in the NASA system or indicates that you have to suss them out through the ESA's web pages. This is clearly not true, as a child operating the Google machine could find these sites, as all I needed to do was type SETI stereo. And not only did I get one NASA site, but I got another one that actually has everything available. And what do you know? They hide it so well they have a link that says latest images.
This is where I was getting to my comment about everybody saying, oh, I could see right through it. Oh, it's transparent. No, no, no. It's not transparent, folks. And all of those little white dots that you see scattered across the screen in the photograph are not stars either. They're not stars. If those were stars, how would there be stars all around Mercury and all around this object?
Ah, my brain. It hurts.
All of what you see in the background is particles, large particles, and debris that is being ejected from the sun. Because it is illuminated during this small, this was a very, very small flare-up. I don't want to call it a coronal mass ejection, because it wasn't. So what you're seeing in the big sphere right here is not transparent. What you're seeing in all of those little white dots is the extreme ultraviolet light cameras picking up all of those illuminated particles. And I'm going to be quite honest, folks. All of those little particles, they're really not that little. I mean, they're quite large. So let's jump over to the next one. This one is in a different color. And pretty much same time frame. And we can see Mercury right here. And once again, we can see this object. Now you notice the difference in the background, and now you notice the difference in this object. So now in this photograph, now you definitely see that it's not transparent. Oh, God. It's not transparent at all.
Okay, guys, it's not see-through. No, it's not. No, I swear to God, it's not. No, listen. Okay, listen. It's not see-through. He says it's not see-through. Come on, no! Listen, it screws up his entire narrative if it's see-through. So it's just not, okay? It's not see-through, I swear to God. Oh my God. Those are clearly the stars in the shot. So what, now space is filthy and full of debris the size of planets? How did no one notice this until now? With an image like this, it would be hard to even suss out how far away any objects are by simply looking at it. As for the coronal mass ejections not being big, well, okay, but this is how big the sun is on that actual shot, and that's the ejection, so I don't know, you guys be the judge. And besides, this is not even the extreme UV camera. This stereo H1 camera is in fact looking at the visible white light spectrum, so all of these would be just as visible through a telescope as they would be through a stereo SETI H1 camera. So that means either space could use a goddamn maid, or you're an idiot.
Rude. Did I say you could play with my dinger?
Hey, you said you could say I could fucking use this thing, man.
No, really. Play with my dinger all you want. But when you're done, don't forget to leave a 20 on the nightstand.
Okay, everybody out here, if you close your eyes and you whistle, he goes away. Good, he's gone. He's gonna kick my ass for that joke.
Now, here's a different frame. Now, the object is completely dark. So now you can understand and you can see that it's not transparent. If it was transparent, then this area that is dark would be red. And again, all of this that you see here, all of that, those are not background stars. It's not outer space. It is all of this debris being sprayed out from the sun. And right here is Mercury.
Okay, so this is an example of when they applied different filters. I actually emailed Dr. Cassera of Goddard Space Center and asked her a few questions regarding some of the things in this Planet X presentation. She informed me that they do apply different color filters to these images in order to bring out things that they are trying to see better, things about the background, maybe things about the coronal mass injection. This would simply be an example of one of those images.
Now this is 2016. Aha. Whenever I captured this object on the stereo ahead H1 or HI1 camera, this created a bunch of really, really bad attention for me. Whenever I showed everybody the photographs and the video clips, all hell broke loose that night. And I had a gang of trolls, government trolls, from the UK, Australia, New Zealand, and the United States. They were some type of team of scumbags.
Yes, put me through to command, please. Hello, command? Yes, I'm aware. Well, it wasn't Area 69, so it had to be Agent 11's team. What's he doing in Antarctica? Ah, yes. The Penguin Wars, I remember now. Okay, well, I'll keep an eye on it, and for now, we need to give this a code word, just in case they're listening to us, so we're just gonna call it Operation Meticulous Beaver. Yes, you heard me. Operation Meticulous Beaver. Do I need to spell it for you? Okay, thank you. Agreed. Okay. Out.
And they came after me, I'd say for the better part of 2 years, non-stop. Every video I did, they were just all over me trying to debunk everything that I was showing people. And I had some really big problems with these people, big fights with these people, but I exposed who they were, and don't hear too much from any of them anymore. Who knows? But this photograph just blew me away. There was.
I'm going to call straight up bullshit on this one. I mean, it sounds to me like the bigger story here would be the government trolls you expose for what they are. Wouldn't that be all you needed to show there was some sort of clandestine plan to keep Planet X News from reporting its finding to the masses? It's so crazy that the government lets you keep the soapbox that is your YouTube channel after all that too. I imagine the easiest way to set you back would be to just deplatform you. Something that would be as easy as telling YouTube to delete your channel. So I and the rest of us would love to see you show us some evidence of these government trolls. Heck, it might even be enough to bring me to your side. I mean, I doubt it. Well, we could work something out. Will there be pudding? No, never mind then. I'm busy.
This photograph just blew me away. There was a coronal mass ejection off to the left, right over here. This object is considerably close to the sun. Very, very close. I'd probably say within a couple 100,000 miles. And the debunkers tried to say that this was a superimposed image, a reflection of the sun in the camera. Yeah. But how's that possible when the sun is not even in view of the camera lens? It's off to the left. Debunk theory, down the tubes.
Well, yes and no. While emailing with Dr. Kucera of Goddard, I was told that this is a simple dataset anomaly where two images have been put together by the computer. I asked why I couldn't find this image in the database and indicated I suspected maybe the person had doctored the photo, and she told me that early on, there are many low-res photos that blast into the system. Later, after they have thrown out images like this for anomalous data, they're left with the high-res images that have minimal visual interference. The reason that these images disappear, and he has to get them while they're hot, is because they aren't all relevant. And images like this are often thrown away. You can see the pixelated nature of this image. It never got reprocessed. But back to the crossing of data, it's hard to see from that image what you're looking at, but I found one from the same month with a lot more detail. Looks a lot like the sun to me, but it's not reflecting anyways. It's literally an error in the data, nothing more.
This object is considerably close to the sun. Very, very close. I'd probably say within a couple 100,000 miles.
Problem with this is that you're making the object larger than the sun, and this is really going to mess up the projected size of our solar system since, again, that's our sun and its approximate size in this shot right here. Remember?
What I'm showing you today that I captured is not just an anomaly. It's not a freak of photography. It's actually there. This is the photograph that they came after me for. This one in a series of a few more. This is what they came after me for.
Yeah, and I guess so, because without even being told as much, I was able to clearly see that this image is actually a bunch of images from different filters that have crossed paths before being scrapped on the reprocessing.
This camera view that you're looking at now, it's no longer available. You'll never see this again, ever.
This is another damn lie. You can see the camera right there on his shot. It's the stereo ahead HI1, the same camera that every one of his images has come from, but with different filters. For instance, when I show you this other shot, it tells you exactly what camera it's coming from. Stereo ahead EUVI, Extreme UVI 304. Wow, dishonest much. Anything for a show.
So all the data is there. It's all within my videos. Here's the comparison, the comparison photograph that I wanted to show you guys. So this was 2016 in the blue, and this was 2018. Yeah, 2018. Yeah, this was in 2017. This was in May of 2017.
See what happens when you spin bullshit like a spider spins silk? You can't remember. Or in this, maybe you're acting, but either way, I hope this video is out Thursday or Friday, maybe Monday, no, Tuesday. Was it Wednesday? No, Thursday, that's right.
Pretty interesting, don't you think? It still boggles my mind daily.
Mind-boggling, isn't it? Did you just say mind-boggling? Yeah, mind-boggling. You know, when things are so crazy, it gets your thoughts all trapped like in a bottle.
I've had enough of this, Rube. It was almost a 2-hour stream. I skipped tons of notes and other stupid things he said. Frankly, I had so much to work with, I can't blame the last group of government trolls, I guess, for targeting in on him. I want to give a huge shout out to all my Patreons. I don't have memberships, but if you want to support the channel, you can drop a super chat on my next live stream or check out my Patreon. Patreon members get a special Discord access where I get some sneak peeks to upcoming episodes in there. As always, thank you for coming. Please don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and jingle that little bell for me, so you know when I'm putting a video out. I want to thank Team Skeptic for tossing that little piece in and letting us poke a little fun out of it. Should see a link popping up on the screen somewhere here for Team Skeptic's channel, so go check them out, guys. Maybe check out one of these other videos up top, too. Good night, everybody. See you later.
I gather that was one of those people that get images and try to say stuff about the artifacts and poor quality and another one of them.
And we're supposed to accept all of their crap photos.
Yeah. What do we got here?
It's not really a lot you can say to that, is there?
I remember using those footage. The photos from that footage database to watch that comet come in like 2015. What was that one called? Everyone was making doomsday predictions about it.
Oh God, I can't remember.
What was that one? That was.
It's in the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to think about the whole way through when I saw the. Oh.
Yep, it's gone.
Yeah. Tyson, no. Ice, no.
Chat, help.
You expect the peanut?
Went around the sun and then
I think the peanut gallery have fallen asleep.
Well, I'm getting close.
Yeah, well, I only got I'm going to wrap up in about half an hour, so we can squeeze another couple out before then.
I'll keep muted in case I start snoring. I don't want to do a big blue.
Ellie.
Or are they and them?
Yeah, just gone.
Yeah, well, the rugby kicks off at 2:15 our time, so.
Was it Ellen in?
I keep getting this Saturday. Hail Bop. No.
Ellen in?
They and them jumped in, but then jumped out again.
Yeah, he did pop in, didn't he?
What's this? Dora, going to IKEA on a Saturday afternoon. If I will never return, you guys know what happened to me. Wish me luck. Thank you.
You know how to shop at IKEA, don't you? You find out what you want on their website. You find where it is, and you go in through the tills. Do not go through the store. You will lose years of your life. Just go in via the tills. Go directly to wherever it is, grab it, and come back out.
It's a trap. They do it on purpose. They lead you all the way through the whole store before you can escape again.
Correct. I go to I've got an IKEA quite local to me at Bletchley on the outskirts of Milton Keynes, and if I know exactly what I want, you check online on their website for that store. It tells you if it's in stock. It tells you what aisle it's down, what shelf it's on. You go up to the first floor. Not the second floor that's got all the store. You go to the first floor where the tills are. You go the wrong way through the tills to the correct aisle. You grab what you want. You pay for it. You get out. That's the only way to shop in IKEA.
It was the Ison comet.
No, never heard of it. It's not what I was thinking. Anyway. Hale Bob, I was thinking.
Lovejoy. What, the antiques dealer?
Nice.
Huh?
But you must remember Lovejoy, don't you, Pip?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Although I prefer him better in American Gods.
I don't know. No.
What's his name?
Ian
Shane?
Shane, yeah.
Yeah. Very good in American Gods.
I couldn't get into that. I tried the first couple of episodes and thought, nah, not me.
No, fair enough.
Press play.
Loon Zag said, okay, good. Took wife, lost wife, good.
Oh dear, I've lost wife. Let's get out of here. Oh no, this must be. Yay!
Oh, loud.
Cheese. Loud cheese.
Do do do.
Oh, it's always loud, that thing.
Yeah. Comes into the bag.
Do do do.
Hello and welcome back to the channel. I'm Mr. Sensible. Today we're going to have a look at an old friend of ours, Level Earth Observer. And as usual, he's going to make himself look like a complete idiot. A whole bunch of people who are not idiots are my wonderful patrons. With massive thanks to my patrons, including new patrons Alice Vangstrom, John Roswell and Mark Edwards. Thank you all so very much. So Level Earth Observer thinks that he can smash and debunk a clip of film from NASA which is going to absolutely trash the whole NASA Mars shot project. Let's see how he does. But Level Earth Observer, I don't hold out any hope whatsoever that you're going to succeed. Roll VT.
Today we're going to annihilate the whole Mars project, which is supposedly happening this year in July, I believe.
Oh goody. You're setting yourself up for a nice big fat fail. Carry on.
We're going to view their supposed successful test flight, where they use their NASA helicopter technology in near vacuum conditions, simulating the conditions on Mars or around Mars that this supposed helicopter or NASA are going to encounter.
So you're saying that they ran these tests, they filmed these tests failed, but they published film with them claiming they were successful. I wait with bated breath.
So let's have a look at this so-called successful test flight in near vacuum-like conditions. I'll play the footage all the way through. I'll see if you can spot it.
Okay, there's a challenge. I'll keep a very, very close eye out, Level Earth Observer, and I suggest that everyone else viewing this video does as well. We'll see if we can spot how it fails.
And then at the end, we're going to tear this to shreds.
Oh, really? Or will it be you that is torn to shreds?
For the absolute nonsense that it is. So let's have a look at NASA claiming to be able to fly in near vacuum-like conditions with a helicopter. Let's take a look and then we'll rip this to shreds.
Ooh, you're raising the stakes. You're saying again that you're going to rip this to shreds. I hope you're ready to get your butt handed to you. I'm watching, Level. I'm watching. Still can't see anything. Can anyone else see a problem with this? Because I can't. No, you've got me, Level. I can't see anything wrong with that. You are going to have to enlighten us.
Right, well, the blades have pretty much stopped. And surprisingly, the helicopter is still hovering.
No, it's not hovering, it's dangling, just as it was at the very beginning. And
then when you look into it a little bit more, it's actually tethered.
Well, it's quite easy to see the tethers to each leg. Dratted CGI. Someone's going to lose their head over this.
So there's not really simulating flight in near vacuum-like conditions.
What on earth has a tether got to do with the level of vacuum? And it's not a vacuum, it's just a very, very low atmospheric pressure. The same as on Mars.
That's a blade going round whilst it's hung to a tether.
Yes, there are tethers to each leg in case it goes flying off somewhere, and a tether helping support it. And your point is?
You could even see it at the start of the video where the blade started up, nothing happened, and then the tether pulled the helicopter off its stand.
No, the tether did not pull the helicopter up, and we'll see why in a few minutes.
Now, when you look at the claims being made, they do tell you there's a tether involved.
So NASA aren't lying, NASA aren't hiding anything. Oh no, they're explaining that there's a tether, probably so flat earthers don't get all excited and moist over it.
Supposedly to simulate Mars' gravity.
There's no supposed at all about it, me old mucker. That is exactly why they're using that tether. Oh, don't start that again.
Now let's think about this.
Well, that's a good idea, because you haven't thought about it at all so far.
Is Mars' gravity pulling up, away?
No, Mars' gravity, like all gravitational forces, is pulling towards the centre of the mass, downwards.
Or would it be pulling down towards the ground?
By golly, he's got it.
So for this to be successful, you wouldn't have it tethered.
No, he hasn't got it.
You'd have rope underneath the helicopter pulling down, and you wouldn't need a tether.
Well, you do have those wires tethering the legs to stop it flying off. Your problem is the tether at the top.
You just have your helicopter take off and then apply the so-called amount of so-called gravity that it would encounter on Mars.
Bingo! But I would like to know how you propose you apply the so-called amount of so-called gravity. Please explain.
You'd apply it pulling down.
Oh my God.
Just like the claims regarding gravity. Certainly not pulling it up. That's rather cunning.
I've got a plan so cunning you could put a tail on it and call it a weasel.
It's almost as if the helicopter doesn't work in near vacuum-like conditions and the tether is there just to hold it up. Again, NASA busted. They're literally a B-rated pantomime company, low budget. We've proved here their own official footage
that you really should have been shipped off on the B-Ark from Golga Frincham. You have no idea. You can't grasp the simplest of concepts. If you can't do a little bit of research, then quite frankly, you should shut up. Because every time you open your mouth, you just make yourself look like an even bigger idiot.
They are nothing but a bunch of clowns, magicians, storytellers, and sophist morons.
And now, Mr. Level Earth Observer, with the aid of some amazing Microsoft Paint graphics, I'm going to show you what a twit you are. Let's start off with a little helicopter hovering above the ground, normal Earth atmosphere, and of course, full Earth gravity. At all times, the helicopter's being pulled earthward with a force of 1 gravity. Just for this example, let's assume it's a little helicopter weighing 1 kilogram. In order to hover or fly, that helicopter has got to apply an upward force to counteract the gravity that's pulling it down. On Earth, we experience a gravitational force of 9.8 meters per second. And as our helicopter is 1 kilogram, we would require a force greater than 9.8 newtons in order to lift. And of course, that force has got to be an upward force. Now, of course, what NASA is trying to do is simulate the conditions on Mars. Well, the first bit's nice and easy. We know that the atmosphere is a lot thinner. That's a problem because with less atmosphere, it's harder to provide the upward force. Those propellers have to work much harder to provide the lift. So to mimic that, all we do is we put it in a vacuum chamber and take down the pressure till it's the same at Mars. Nice and easy. There is the other problem though. The test facility, the vacuum chamber, is here on Earth, and our gravity is 1, but Mars's gravity is only 0.376 of Earth's gravity. We'll call it 0.38. Now, using your expertise in your video, you said to mimic the gravity on Mars, we should have a rope pulling down on the bottom of the helicopter. As Earth gravity is 1 and Mars gravity is 0.38 that of Earth, we need to reduce gravity by 0.62. So just how, Mr. Einstein, is having a rope at the bottom pulling down going to reduce the effect of gravity? No, the answer is to apply an upward force to counteract the downward force of gravity, to apply a force equivalent to 0.62 gravities. So we got our 1g pulling down, which is 9.8 newtons, Earth gravity. We apply a tether to our helicopter, pulling up with a force of 6 newtons. So if we deduct our 6 newton upward pull from our 9.8 newton downward pull of Earth, we end up with a net overall pull downwards of 3.8 newtons. Mars gravity. All figures slightly rounded. So yes, at the start of the test and at the end of the test, that helicopter is fully supported by that wire, that tether. But as soon as it starts to move upwards, that tether starts pulling, but it's only pulling at 0.62 gravities, about 6 newtons. It's not pulling it all up by itself, it's just partly supporting it, so that the helicopter itself is only having to generate enough force to overcome the remaining 3.8 newtons, Mars gravity. So there you are, Level Earth Observer. Feel silly now? You haven't exactly annihilated the whole Mars project. I suggest you take your video down before someone mirrors it or does a debunk oh, too late. I hope you all enjoyed that. Look forward to seeing you all again next time. Until then, stay sensible.
Shut up and sit down.
Oh, that poor old crane driver. He really hasn't got a clue, has he?
No. You have to tether it at the top and at the bottom just so you can calculate a pulling force with the amount of force going up, because there's less gravity on Mars. Even that's so simple.
How do you replicate the gravity of Mars on Earth without doing that?
Yeah.
But this is the same guy, if you remember, criticised the stealth bomber because it wasn't stealthy to satellites.
Okay.
Yeah, precisely. You know, he got it completely right. The whole point of stealth aircraft is so you can't spot them from ground or air-based radar, or to minimise it as much as possible. But he said, but what about satellites? If satellites are real, they'll be able to see it. Yes, if you can keep satellites over the area of conflict and keep them there long enough to spot a stealth bomber flying by, then good luck. So he's got no technical ability whatsoever. I'm sure he's very good at driving a crane.
When he spoke about annihilation, I was just like, oh, sure. you know, it's like yeah, those definitive premises are always ooh, it's like jumping in the deep end. You never
when
convince
somebody says they've got absolute proof, or if their YouTube channel has the word truth in it, or anything like that, you know what you're in for.
Yeah, and a person with the word truth seeker or something in their name is always the one trying to teach you something that's wrong.
Yeah.
I like how Mr. Sensible was able to explain it mathematically, which I couldn't, but I understand the mechanics of it, but not so much the mathematics.
No, that's fair enough. Yeah. But yeah, like I said, how else are you going to replicate sort of Mars's gravity is just over a third of ours? How do you replicate that on Earth?
Yeah, exactly.
And the less atmosphere as well.
Yeah, well, the less atmosphere, yes, they've got that chamber that they can use.
But wouldn't that balance out with the same amount of force, the upward force, because there's less gravity? Because there's less. Well, wait a minute. No, it wouldn't work out what I'm thinking.
No, because gravity's acting inside a vacuum chamber. That's what they never understand. They think you move the atmosphere, and then all of a sudden gravity's removed along with it, as if it was a component. And I had this conversation with Kimo. I said, what keeps the vacuum container on the table? In the small vacuum container. What keeps the vacuum container on the table while the atmosphere inside the vacuum chamber is, listening? He's like, I don't know. What does? I was just like, it's gravity.
Okay.
Like, oh well, gravity's a myth. I was like, well, you know what I mean? It's just like I said. Now, granted, if you took that vacuum chamber up into, the vacuum area of, you wouldn't need to even turn it on, because the atmosphere would be at that pressure that you're trying to get to with using the vacuum container on the ground, and she couldn't grasp it in its mind. It's just like so funny.
Okay, Booner. Makes the craft a third of the weight. Well, that's the same principle as what a drone is. They're a lightweight craft on Earth, but the power of those little blades that can lift it is remarkable for what they are.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the speed they can reach is pretty cool. But if you've ever owned a drone, you actually hover it right next to you. You can feel how far the wind, the air pressure is. Well, air pressure is the wrong word. The current that the blades are creating, you can feel them like a meter underneath the drone. You can feel it. And I used to love like flying it indoors at the old family office, because we had this like back room. You could just like fly from one end to the other and go across, and there'd be like paper and stuff on the table, and it would just fly off. Everything would just like fly off. It looked so cool. I'd have to pick it all up, but I didn't care. It looked so cool as it came over, and it's just like.
I like how the technology's developed in those drones, where they're actually more stable to be able to fly in confined places and that nowadays.
Yeah, well, funny thing, Terry, one of the designers who worked for DJI, which is one of the leaders in the drones, had a fallout when the company direction wanted to change to put the prices up and things. And the original designer of DJI drones was in it to kind of create this technology for the masses. And so he's broken away and created his own drones for low cost. So now you can get like a DVI quality drone with even more reinforced the design that he wanted to use inside the DJI for like a couple of $100 maximum, for everything.
Yeah.
Hello, mic check. Can you hear me?
No.
Yep.
Ah. Okay.
So your mic works just to interrupt me.
Okay. What did you do to fix it?
I had to take the jack front panel out. I mean, the soldering onto the little PCB looked okay, but I resoldered it anyway. So it seems to have worked, but I'm not completely convinced it's going to stay like that, because I think it's the plug itself rather than the soldering onto the PCB. So,
well, you're okay at the moment.
Yes. Does it sound okay? Does it?
Yeah,
sounds fine.
Sounds perfect.
Oh, sweet. Sweet.
It sounded fucking awful. Excuse me.
Thank you, Father's boy. You're so nice. You really
Well,
are. I look forward to listening to your dulcet tones.
Well, we couldn't actually hear your voice at all. I mean, it was worse than when Crash Roboting. You know, it was
earlier on, yeah. I know
it
what
was
you
just
mean.
sort of electronic garble. And
Yeah.
it's like, what the hell is that? You know.
Yeah, it could have been just one of the solders perhaps had dried out, perhaps, or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
So I solder suckered it off and just resoldered it, and it seems to be okay at the moment.
Yeah, sounds okay at the moment.
But when I plugged it in earlier on, when I first plugged it in, it was doing that sort of like coming off and on for a couple of times. But then I just sort of positioned the cable a little bit better, and then it seems to be okay at the moment.
Yeah, it's okay
Just,
now.
I'm not going to touch it. But I think the plug itself. But I've been doing some research, and I can't actually find that part on its own. I have to buy the whole PCB unit with the cables that go to the motherboard and all the rest of it as well. But I can't find that particular one. Found different variants of it that fit, but none that actually fits my front panel of my case.
And you can't use the back panel. The back one.
I don't have a back panel. No, I haven't got because I haven't got a separate audio board. It's only on the it's just the audio on the motherboard.
Well, you haven't got there's no rear access. There's no rear sound port.
No.
Wow,
No.
that's weird.
No, I know. No, it's just the way I kind of had the PC. That's the way I bought it because it was one of those custom-made ones. You know, when you go on a website and you select what you want.
Yeah.
And I selected you select the case and the motherboard, the power supply, and everything, the whole kit and caboodle. But they couldn't. I asked for a sound card, but the sound card won't fit next to the graphics card.
Oh,
it's just a badly built PC. So I said, "Oh, don't worry about the sound card. Then I'll just use the onboard sound." But now I've got problems.
Well, you might have fixed it indefinitely now. If you've resoldered it, it might be all right.
Well, no, like I said, when I plugged it in earlier on, it was a little bit jittery, but it's definitely improved. So I think it's the plug itself. I think inside the actual jack plug, inside it, I think it's probably got all bent up or something because it's still not quite 100% right.
You can put another one of them in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I suppose I could do. Yeah.
Because you can use either jack point. It doesn't matter what type, whether it's headphones or speaker. You can because you're wiring it to the microphone, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I suppose I could unsolder it again, but trouble is when you know what it's like if you unsolder and solder something too often. On a PCB, it doesn't like it too much, does it? It tends to damage the PCB, with heat and everything else. So I'm a bit dubious about doing that. So I don't know. We'll see. I might have to replace that whole part. Just try and find somewhere with it. Anyway, enough about me.
Solder the jack point in for the speaker for your microphone as well.
Yeah. Oh, my mic's okay. I'm using wireless mic at the moment, with the Bluetooth, so that's not a problem.
Oh, okay.
It's just the mic. It's just the mic. The mic jack is giving me grief, but it seems to be better than it was earlier on, anyway.
I'll cross your fingers. It stays like that.
Yeah.
Well, you're coming at the right end, Casual.
Anyway, what are we talking about?
Nothing now because we're winding down.
Yeah, I thought as much. I thought I'd come on for a test at least anyway. So
well, what do you expect? Look, it's 20 past 1 in the afternoon for us,
yeah,
mate.
I know, mate. I know. Oh, well, it's all right.
And I've been streaming for just on 5 hours, and I thought, well, it's a bit after 12 here, so I thought that'll be it for us for tonight.
Oh.
You missed
I'm
out
sorry, Sheeple. Did I interrupt your speech, whatever you're talking about? Then I apologise.
We're only just talking about. I brought up the topic of what were we talking about? Oh, power to weight ratio type stuff to do with the last video we watched with Mr. Sensible, with a guy who couldn't understand why the little helicopter was tethered top and bottom to simulate the forces needed for the gravitational force on Mars compared to Earth, and they had to recalculate.
Oh, okay.
Recalculate it for Earth's gravity, for the amount of force that it needed. And the bloke couldn't understand.
Not only that, the problem with the helicopters, obviously on Mars, is because the air is a lot thinner as well. The atmosphere is thinner.
Yeah, and it need more power
So
to
it's
weight
not. It's
ratio.
not.
Power to
Yeah.
weight
So it's not
ratio,
just.
that's the issue.
Exactly. So it's not just the. They need to have blades that are going to grab more atmosphere to give it lift.
Yeah, and that's when
You
we
know?
got on to when I brought up the drones. I said how drones are developed over the years.
Yeah. Well, with the new,
that's
with
why
the
they
mini-
tested it in that vacuum chamber. You know, they reduce
Yeah.
the pressure in the vacuum chamber
That's right. Yeah,
and then
yeah.
tether it.
Yeah. Well, they were planning on doing that with the Mars 2020 rover. There was going to be a little module where it released like a little drone, a little helicopter that had a camera on it that then communicated with the main. I don't know whether they're actually going to do it. They were planning on doing that, so it could actually sort of survey the area around the rover. But yeah, it was like a little. It had like 2 or 3 blades, I think it was, stacked on top of each other. And they tested it in a vacuum and it worked quite well. So whether they're doing that or not, I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. I need to.
What are they planning on sending this idea to Mars, or are they just thinking it could work by just doing some experiments first?
No, they were seriously considering it, put it with the Mars 2020 rover.
Oh, okay.
But the Mars 2020 rover has actually been built now. It's finished. They've sent it to another place where they need to do the final bits of testing, and then it's going to be attached to the launch vehicle, and it's going to be launched in July.
Okay. That'd be
Or June.
interesting.
Can't remember now.
Have we got any launches coming up in the next couple of days?
Ooh, what do we got? Oh, let's have a look. I'll have a look for you right now. Just open up my phone app.
Save me looking. I thought I'd just ask you.
Yeah, it's all right. No, it's okay. It's all good. I haven't looked for a few days.
Oh.
I'm quite busy. It just needs to update. Let's have a look. Soyuz just launched recently.
I thought I bookmarked a site that I could use to get out my time, so I know when it is. Yeah, I thought I did.
Why have you lost your bookmark or something?
I think.
Yeah, because you did that, didn't you?
I thought I did. I'll check me.
Yeah, next space flight. It was the website version of the app that I've got. Yeah, I think you had, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'll look at mine. You look at yours.
Yeah.
I've put it.
You show me yours, I'll show you mine.
Oh, here we go. Next space flight rocket launch schedule. Will be it. Launcher 1 demo flight.
Sarcastic Barman beat you. Look.
DARPA Launch Challenge Flight 1. I don't know what that is.
Sarcastic Barman.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, but that's your time, not my time. I'm looking for my time. Okay, my time. Oh, what date is it at the moment?
22nd, isn't it?
No, mine's the 23rd.
Oh, right.
It's the 23rd at the moment.
Right, 25th, you've got DARPA Launch Challenge Flight. It's been launched from Alaska. Don't know what that is. Long March in China. You got
yeah,
you
Alaska.
got
I've only got Alaska.
Falcon 9.
I've only got Alaska for mine, and a capture. That's the only.
You got Falcon 9 launched to the ISS on the 2nd of March.
I haven't got them all here. Why aren't they all showing up?
You got a satellite launch for ISRO, you know, Professor Phil's crowd, or used to be.
Here we go.
On March the 5th.
All launches.
Falcon Eye 2 on March the 6th. And sometime in March, we got the we don't know when it's going to happen, but the Starship test type, the 20 kilometer test. It's going to fly up 20 kilometers and land back down again. That great big huge thing that SpaceX are planning to do sometime.
Oh yeah, 20-kilometer test flight.
Yeah, well, that difficulty is that the launch window opens on the 16th of March, and it can go on for like a week or 2 weeks, so you don't really know when it's going to be.
No.
Yeah, no, that's the only really big one, really. Apart from like a one I mentioned as well was Falcon 9 launch on the 2nd of March. That's a crew resupply cargo thing to the ISS. The 2nd of March. But other than that, there's not a whole lot, really.
Where does it say the time? Details? Go to the details. Here we go.
Yeah, I think if on that site, if you click on it, it would give you your time.
But, come on, tell me your time.
And at the moment, NASA and SpaceX have penciled in sometime in April. We've got the first commercial crude going to the ISS. It's going to be the manned version of the Dragon. It's going to be a manned test. Go to the ISS. That'll be sometime in April, I think.
I've got here 2030 UTC, so I don't know if that's how that works out. The UTC world, I don't know how to work that out.
That's
GMT,
our time. That's
basically.
pretty much GMT.
Yeah, I'll tell you what it is. I've got a link to time zones and stuff. Hold on, UTC.
Why don't just say
what time?
I've got here 2030 UTC, whatever that means.
8:30.
8:30 in the evening for us.
Yeah, I know it's 8:30, but I don't know what the UTC means.
It's what the military call Zulu time, and it's basically the same as Greenwich Mean Time.
Universal,
They call
like
it
universal.
UTC
They
to
call
get
it
rid of the whole
universal
Greenwich
time.
Mean Time.
If it's 8:30 your time, which is
And whereabouts in Australia are you? What time zone are you in?
East Coast.
You're Sydney, aren't you?
Yeah, Sydney.
You're Sydney, aren't you? Yeah, just sorry, I've just put in Sydney. All right, for you that'll be 7:30 in the morning.
Oh shit, that's too early for me to do a live.
on the Sunday, on the Sunday 23rd.
That'd be more for you to do that one.
What would that be for me? That would be it's going to be the same time, 8:30 in the evening. Yeah. What one was that one then?
That was the DARPA launch challenge, Flight 1.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that one. Don't know what that is.
Yeah, I was just reading up on that. That's quite an interesting little thing they've got going on. It's all to do with, can you do 2 launches within sort of a week or so of each other?
Yeah, I'll read it to you. The goal of the DARPA launch challenge is to demonstrate responsive and flexible space launch capabilities from the burgeoning industry of small launch providers. For nearly 60 years, the nation's space architecture has been built around exquisite systems that are launched by large, expensive boosters. The development cycle with the system is tedious, with the process driven by a desire to reduce risk rather than deliver timely capabilities. The DARPA Launch Challenge seeks to demonstrate new and groundbreaking capabilities to address emerging Department of Defense needs. The challenge will accumulate in 2 separate launch competitions to low Earth orbit within days of each other at different locations in the United States. Yeah, just as you were saying, Farmers Boy. Yeah. Oh, that's an interesting project. I haven't heard of that one.
No, I hadn't. That's a new one on me.
Yeah.
Oh, Pacific Spaceport Complex, Alaska.
Yeah,
I don't think I've actually seen one launch from Alaska yet, like a live one. Wow.
They might not show that though, because it's well, they might. I don't know. It doesn't say anything about any links to any
Yeah, I haven't got any link.
any way of viewing it. Yeah, they usually show a link to say
to
watch
but
it.
The watch doesn't go to anything; it just goes to blank. If I do that, if I go to watch, it's nothing. Nothing there.
I don't know. I'll do a little bit of research on that. See if they are going to stream it or not. They might not. You might get a recording, but you might not necessarily get a live launch.
Oh. Okay then.
And the next one after that, then you've got is China, one in China, and like I said, a Falcon 9 crew resupply on March the 2nd. So other than that, not a lot really.
Okay. I'll do another. What's today? Be my Monday afternoon. You'll be in bed probably by that time, guys. Be about 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Monday I'll do a in between pre-show, after show, before show, after show.
I think those shows of yours start about sort of 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning for us.
Yeah, about that.
Yeah, we always catch sort of right.
The last hour or something.
The Alaska launch is from the Pacific Spaceport Complex, which is on Kodiak Island in Alaska.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I was looking at that. Yeah. If they do stream it, it'd be something a bit different because I've never seen one from being launched from there before. I've heard of it, but
wouldn't it be a bit cold?
Yeah, it would be. Yeah.
Might see some northern lights.
Yeah. Unlikely.
Given it's sponsored by
Might.
DARPA, and it's all sort of military background, you might not see anything.
Oh, sarcastic barman, you come in a bit late. I'll catch us all later. Who else is in here? Lynn Zag, Nippet, Pip. Scroll up. Okay, Boona.
Oh, yeah.
Who else is Demon Orb?
Hello. The rugby coverage might have begun, but
Persia 1, Farmer's Boy, Only Sheeple. Oh
Well,
dear,
heard of
Brainery. I already said
Who's this Farmer's
Brainery,
Boy? I've
didn't I?
heard of him.
Who else did I say? Dora, NANA.
Me and the
Bob.
sarcastic barman, we're talking about each of us changing our names. I was going to be called the sarcastic spaceman, and he's going to be the casual barman. see if it can, see if anybody comes on and confuses people. Yeah.
Jen's Corner, Dartman. Oh jeez, Jaren. Geran. Jaren. Urism. I don't know what it is.
Geranurism.
Oh, okay.
Geranurism.
Who's playing today, sarcastic barman? Who's on the Six Nations today now?
I can tell you that.
Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, of course you're a rugby fan, aren't you? So I was supposed to forget about that.
Kick off at 2:15. Italy versus Scotland. Kick off at 4:45. Wales versus France.
Yeah.
And then tomorrow at 3:00, England versus Ireland.
Boring people today, all this sports stuff.
That could be interesting.
Yeah, we're going.
Who to hell to support? I don't know.
Where's the England Ireland match? Where's that?
Twickenham.
Is that Twickenham? All right.
It's
I
at
thought it might have
Twickenham,
been it might have been in Dublin.
Anyway.
No, that's why I said England Ireland, not Ireland England.
Oh right, yeah, okay, fair enough. I didn't catch on. I didn't catch what you said.
Sports people, I don't know. Anyway, catch us all another day. Thanks,
Bye,
Pip.
Nutters.
Thanks, Farmer. Thanks, Casual Space
Bye.
Person.
Cheers,
Thanks,
Terry.
Only Sheepy. And No's probably gone to sleep. Catch us all later.
See you
And
later.
coffee and biscuits over in Discord. You bring your own coffee and
Cookie.
biscuits.